We'll get our clerk back. I think I hear it coming. Thank you. We can pass those out. Thank you. Okay. Thank you and welcome to City Council. I apologize, we don't typically start 15 minutes late. We had a special council meeting that was taking place before this meeting, which obviously ran late, but a lot of really good discussion for those of you that were here. So this evening we have Israel Concepcion. Did I say her last name right? Come on forward. I have had the wonderful privilege of meeting Israel lately recently, and thank you so much for serving our community. He's with Christian Faith Center, and he is going to open us in prayer and then lead us in the pledge.
All right. Would you close your eyes with me? I just wanted to read a real quick verse out of Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 5. It says this: "Trust in the Lord with all your heart. Lean not into your own understanding. In all of your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your path." Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight, Lord. Father, we need your guidance, Father. Father, we pray for this city council meeting tonight, Father. Father, we ask that you would give us wisdom, Lord. Father, we want the best, Lord, for our city, Lord. We want this city to be the best city ever, Father. We want this city, Lord, to be the safest. We want this city to be prosperous. We want the best for the city, Lord. Father, we ask you, Lord, that your will would be done tonight, Lord. We ask you to guide us. We lean not onto our own understanding, Lord, but we trust in you, Lord, that you're going to give us exactly what we need. We ask you to prosper this city, Lord. Father, we ask you that this city, God, would prosper in such a way like no other city in the state of Idaho, Lord. And Lord, we thank you for these things, Lord. We ask your safety upon every police officer, Lord, upon our schools. And Father, we ask that you would be with us. And it's in the mighty name of your Son, Jesus, that we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Pastor Israel. Let's begin with roll call.
Bruner,
Here.
Hogaboom,
Here.
Levi,
Present.
Haverfield,
Here.
Skog.
Here.
I am not aware of any changes to the agenda. Council, do you have any amendments to the agenda that you're aware of? Okay, seeing none. I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Bruner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog. Haverfield.
Yes.
The next item on our agenda are proclamations, and we do have a proclamation this evening. And it's on behalf of prostate awareness. It's the American Cancer Society Prostate Awareness Month. And then we have two people here this evening, Barb Nielsen, I believe, and Lana. Are you here this evening, Barb and Lana? Okay, so feel free to come forward as I read this proclamation, and then we'll let you speak for just a second if you'd like to. So feel free to come forward and I'll start reading. Whereas the American Cancer Society estimates that there will be 220,800 new cases of prostate cancer diagnosed in the U.S. in 2015, that there were, and 27,540 men die of prostate cancer. It is estimated that 1 in 7 men will develop prostate cancer in their lifetime, and that 1 in 38 will die from prostate cancer. And that prostate cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in men aside from skin cancer, and is the second leading cause of death in men aside from lung cancer. And the survival rate approaches 100% when prostate cancer is diagnosed and treated early, but drops to 28% when it spreads to other parts of the body. And whereas early prostate cancer usually has no symptoms, and advanced prostate cancer commonly spreads to the bones, which can cause pain in the hips, spine, and other areas. And whereas recent studies suggest that a diet high in processed meat or dairy foods may be a risk factor, and obesity appears to increase the risk of aggressive prostate cancer. And whereas obesity and smoking are associated with an increased risk of dying from prostate cancer. Whereas the National Prostate Health Month is observed every September in the United States by health experts, health advocates, and individuals concerned with men's prostate cancer. And whereas designating a month for the issue serves the purpose of increasing public awareness of the importance of prostate health, educating about risk factors and symptoms of prostate-related diseases, and advocating for further research for prostate cancer based on their personal values and preferences. And whereas the City of Nampa joins cities and states across our nation to increase the awareness about the importance for men to make an informed decision with their healthcare provider about early detection and testing for prostate cancer based on their personal values and preferences. Now therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do here proclaim the month of September 2019 in the City of Nampa as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. So thank you. So Barb and Lana are with the Idaho Urological Institute, and thank you for being here with us this evening. And would you like to share with us just for a second?
Well, I think you covered most of what we had to say here. A lot of the statistics were from 2015, but on behalf of the physicians and staff at Idaho Urologic Institute and the Blue Ribbon Rally Committee for Prostate Cancer Awareness, we'd like to thank you, Mayor Kling, and the City Council for your proclamation of September being Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. According to the American Cancer Society, other than skin cancer, prostate cancer is the most common cancer in American men. The American Cancer Society's estimates for prostate cancer in the United States for 2019 are about 174,650 new cases of prostate cancer will be diagnosed, and about 31,620 deaths will occur from prostate cancer. The statistics have changed a bit. About 1 man in 9 will now be diagnosed with prostate cancer during his lifetime. And with prostate cancer is the second leading cause of cancer death in American men behind lung cancer. And prostate cancer can be a serious disease, but most men diagnosed with prostate cancer do not die from it. In fact, more than 2.9 million in the United States who have been diagnosed with prostate cancer at some point are still alive today, and we're very thankful for that. Again, we appreciate your efforts to bring awareness to the importance of prostate cancer screening and proclaiming September as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Nampa, and thank you for having us here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And I've got this proclamation. I realize our stats on this are older, so I
Yeah.
apologize for
Well,
that. But
the
thank you for
I
sharing
guess
the new ones.
The stats come out every 5 years for the United States as a whole, but the Cancer Society, they do one every year on the projections for each year. So
That's good.
they're both right.
Well, I appreciate Idaho Urological bringing this forward and encouraging this. And needless to say, I've spent just a few hours sitting in your offices, both in
Yes,
Nampa.
yeah.
Very pleased that you guys have a Nampa office now,
Yes,
and Meridian, so thank you.
and we appreciate you coming out when we open our new office as
Yeah.
well. Thank you. Thank you for having
so
us.
much. Thank you, and here you go. It's just the official one if you'd like. Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is the opportunity for Nampa residents wishing to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. And we have about 4 people signed up. And the first person on this list, and just so that you know, for those of you that, if there's someone that had intended to speak, you'll have that opportunity at the end. So the first person signed up is Carolyn Kling Keach. Carolyn, I'll let you come forward, and I'll state your address since you wrote it on here. It's 220 14th Avenue South, Nampa.
Yes,
And this is a agenda or non-agenda item
it's a
tonight?
non-agenda item,
Great.
but I would like to voice my concern. And I sent a letter to the planning and zoning, and I gave you a letter, and I made a mistake. I said I spoke before the city council, and I did not. And so I will correct that mistake. But there's a lounge, VCAT lounge going across, has applied for a permit, conditional use permit to go across the street from my business at 217 14th Avenue South. And I highly oppose that, and that's what I spoke to the Planning and Zoning Committee. It was approved, and I have offered an appeal. But I just wanted to talk to you again, as a business owner and a citizen, I'm deeply concerned about the direction of our downtown city Nampa. Do we just want to be known for our bars and our lounges? Or, I understand there's so many places already, like 12 in historic downtown Nampa, and I'm also concerned that planning and zoning are appointed officials and that they have so much authority to determine what happens in our city. And I would like to see some checks and balances with that. And I have owned Green Barley Nutrition Center for over 37 years and 21 years in historic downtown Nampa. And I've been about promoting health and wellness. And with the chamber in downtown Nampa and many places. And my passion has been to improve the health. I'm 86 years old, and I'm still running my business, and very vibrant and healthy. And I want to promote that to everyone, and to see another lounge come in, and a bar. And Tim Wangler had stated that he wants to teach people the fine art of smoking in the cigar lounge, and that disturbed me greatly, because we all know that tobacco use in any form is very damaging and detrimental to our health. And so I just wanted to let my voice be heard tonight, and as a citizen and a business owner in downtown Nampa. And so I just want to say also, Nampa is my beloved city for over 75 years. And I would like to see family-friendly places where we can feel safe to go. I've heard comments that I don't feel safe in downtown Nampa at night. And that sorrowed me greatly. So thank you for listening. And do you have any questions for me? Thank
Seeing
you
none,
very much.
thank you very
Thank you.
much. Thank you. The next person on the agenda is Michael Marion. Is Michael here? Okay, on your way up, I'll just say he has his address listed at 3100 South Montego Way in Nampa. And is this an agenda or non-agenda item? Non-agenda item?
Thank you.
Welcome.
I had the honor of speaking to you all last week, and I wanted to compliment the police department, Officer Schenkel, I believe, and the quick response to the problem that we were having last meeting was speeding throughout the subdivision. Can I ask the council a question? Yeah, how many people on the city council live in an HOA? Well, then you guys know what I'm talking about being in an HOA. I get a lot of reports and stuff about speeding and the problem of people not understanding what 20 miles an hour is like, right? And I can be bad about that too, but they did a good job. The police had a sign put up like the next day, if not the day after that, announcing what the speed was, and you are now going this speed, which usually opens people's eyes. The sign was there. I'm trying to think how many days, and then after they take it down, my concern is basically I appreciate the steps that they're going through, but it's my belief that most of the people speeding are just the residents within the house in the subdivision. And one of the questions we had that we're discussing with the police department was possibly having an off-duty police motorcycle officer be able to be in the subdivision, because I think when someone gets caught and has a ticket and has to pay a fine, they're a little bit more nervous about driving. It's when they don't feel that there's any danger of any penalty of their behavior, that they'll just continue driving the way they are. And so I need to find out from the officers from the police department if that's even doable. I don't know if we have a force that would allow that and what that would entail as far as liability and things like that. And if that's even doable, I'll have to discuss it. But I mainly want to let you guys know that the police department was very responsive and is working very good with this. And thank you for the honor of speaking with you guys.
Thank you very much. I believe there is the opportunity for, can an HOA, if they wanted to purchase a sign, can they do that? One of the speed signs, if an HOA wanted to actually purchase it for their area? Because this has come up from so many subdivisions that are dealing with speeding. I'm just wondering if we could actually, you know what it does when it tells you you're going this fast? It reminds you, is there a possibility for HOAs to actually purchase and install one in their own neighborhood?
I don't know about the signage from the city or how they would do that, but it's obviously 20 miles an hour unless otherwise posted. And I spoke to the other, Lee, I believe it is, next to him earlier tonight. And the sign he's referring to is a radar trailer.
Right.
And so that stays out there between 5 and 7 days in a subdivision. We have only have one right now for the city of Nampa, so obviously it's in high demand. And what that does is it records the speeds of the traffic in there. Then it takes us a week or two to dissect that information. We'll find out, maybe between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, the average speed is 15 miles an hour over the speed limit. And then it just comes down to smarter policing. Then we'll go out in that area between that time frame and write tickets or make traffic stops. We have 5 police officers that are on the motorcycles right now. And as far as the HOA paying for extra duty, give me till the next city council meeting to see what we can do with our on-duty folks. I don't believe that would be permitted for an HOA to do that. But again, it's on our radar to be watching. So just so you know, I've already sent an email out tonight after talking to Lee. So be driving careful tomorrow through your subdivision.
So for all those that are live streaming tonight, you would wish there were more, they would know, right?
Yep, on the island subdivision. So
Yeah.
okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, Council?
Yes.
I'm wondering if city can create maybe a recommendation. This is a challenge in a lot of HOAs and what's permitted traffic calming devices and not, kind of to the point of the question. I think maybe if we could get ahead of this, if maybe there already is something, I don't know, there is, what's permitted. I know in our HOA, people have taken things in their own hands and have put, the plastic kids out in the middle of the street holding the flag up, and there's signs, drive like your kids live here, things like that. But even if a mechanism for putting in traffic, like speed bumps or other things like that, I think a lot of people just don't know how to go about that if they wanted to go about that. So maybe some sort of informational piece to the point. I know you live in the islands and you see people speeding through. I know this will be a reoccurring thing. People coming up and expressing their concerns. I'm just wondering if there's just a way, like a one-stop shop of a packet of information we can give. Just
You know
a
what, there
idea.
actually is, and so, Daniel, I think you have a quick comment? Or Tom? Yeah, we'll see what Daniel has to say.
Mayor, Councilman Hogaboam, the Engineering Division and Public Works, we have some guidance on traffic calming traffic calming measures for subdivisions. We've brought that before council and it's been adopted as a policy. It does require some financial participation by the HOA, and then there's financial participation by the city. We're working through the final steps of the agreements between the first participants in that program, and we will be likely either this fall or in the spring installing some speed humps within local developments where there are these problems. And so if there are HOAs that are interested in that, they can contact the engineering division and we'll provide them that policy document that runs them through the process to participate in that program.
Cool. All right.
Is that something we could put on our website also as a link?
We certainly can.
That would, I think it might be a good idea when you're ready for it. Great, thank you. The next person that signed up to speak is Marcia. Marcia, I'm trying to think how to say, is it Yopen? I always mess up on names, so thank you. And Marcia's at 1403 4th Street South.
Right. Well, Mayor and Council, one of the things I'm really interested in too is bringing more life into our downtown. And so I have a little idea here. I'd like to invite you all to a block party which will take place on the 19th, which is Thursday night. That's the third Thursday. And it's a chance for you to get to know some of your neighbors and be serenaded by a wonderful little college jazz band with some of our local college students. They're great, aren't they? So I would have waited until 2 weeks from now, which will be the week of, but I thought, well, what if I can't make it? I better come tonight because I don't want you to miss this. It'll be the last time that we're having this for the summer. And I hear there'll even be some extra food trucks. Last time, well, a few months ago, I even saw a couple dancing in the street. And that was out of a total of about 10 people attending. Last month, there were 40. So we're building up. It's such a shame that we have to cut this off now because the daylight's waning and everything. So I really hope you'll make it. Everyone enjoyed it tremendously, and when you're there, you will notice what a lovely setting it is, right in front of the train depot, our beautiful old antique building, which is one of a kind. It'll be open too, so you can go in for tours if you want to. But then I think you might want to notice how much nicer the setting could be if it only had a beautiful water feature to go with it. For instance, a wonderful splash pad. I don't think anything draws young people like a splash pad. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I've
You've
been
heard me-
advocating the
You've
splash
heard me
pad.
talk about this before, maybe.
Oh, no, yeah.
No, he
I-
wants the
I'm-
splash
I've
pad.
been
He-
talking
That's
splash
why he's
pad all the
laughing.
time.
He wants.
down there every night.
We talked about making downtown family friendly earlier.
Yes,
and
yes.
And that's what I hear over and over.
We don't just
and
have to
over.
have bars, to draw young people in. So splash pads will also do it. And they can be turned off when there's a band playing, but then turned back on the rest of the time to spout and sparkle and draw all the kids and the young adults and even old people. I love to watch a splash pad. And it can't cost that much.
They do, that's why.
What?
They do cost a lot, that's why.
Well, whatever it costs, it's worth it, I'm sure. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. The next person signed up is Butch Henry. And Butch is at 2219 Caldwell Boulevard in Nampa.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this evening. I want to introduce myself, and then I want to talk to you about the topic that you've been working on with the moratorium on storage facilities, okay? Well, quick about my background. I was born here in Mercy Medical Center. My grandparents lived here for over 60 years. I went to school here. My grandfather, Roy Pilcher, served on this council for many years in the 70s and 80s. He retired in U.S. Postal Service here. And my granddad, Henry, he served as a superintendent for Nampa Highway District. And 3 sets of my uncles retired from Nampa Highway District. My point is, I'm here because I'm local, okay? Second point is, I know you've had a lot of work recently on this moratorium, and there's been a question about what types of projects are actually storage and what might be something other than self-storage. So I want to, hopefully we can have a dialogue about that. 2219 is a piece of land that used to be a mobile home park here in Nampa. If you're familiar with where that's at, there's a group of investors that have purchased that property recently, just this year, and we've been working with staff and on how we can finalize our development in accordance with the plan and zoning for the city. And shortly after we purchased the property, which still includes the Pond Trust, which is a long-time Nampa family as well, that owned it for 50 years approximately. They're still part of our development group. We found out that there was some neighbors that didn't want us to develop that property. And so we've been working with that neighbor, meeting with them over the last few weeks and explaining to them what our project is, which is much different than the assumptions that they were making. And so I felt compelled to be in front of you here today because I know it's a topic that you guys are working on a lot. So our development is boat RV parking. Thank you. It's not a self-storage walk-up facility like it's been described to you. There's a material difference between parking an RV and walk-up storage. It's material. It'd be like having an issue with a food truck downtown and calling that a restaurant. Okay, so we want to be clear, be careful, and make sure that we're really looking at what we want to talk about when we're talking about a moratorium. Okay, so questions. I know it got a little long.
So I just have a quick, I'm sorry, Councilman Scott.
Well, Madam Mayor, you're probably going to say, this isn't the time to ask questions of council simply to make your statement, or we'd have all-night meetings, but we're listening.
Okay, and so I know staff has put in front of you and tried to explain the difference. I'm not sure it's been considered yet. I really encourage you to consider it because moratoriums are not a good economic driver. I think you guys really get that. But we're here for the long haul. We want to develop that property. We want to be good tax-paying benefit, and we know the city needs what we're proposing to do. It's not walk-up storage. Okay.
So if you could possibly, like what you were trying to explain here, the difference between the two, get that to planning and zoning that you could deliver to us, just to ensure we have the clarity so that we know that we understand what you're referencing. So if you want to put something in writing, feel free to send a note to planning and zoning and they'll get that to us.
We'll absolutely do that. Thanks for your
Appreciate
advice.
it.
Appreciate
Thank you
it.
so much.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's the last person that we have signed up to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item. Is there anyone else that had intended to speak, use this 3-minute time frame? Seeing none, the next item on the agenda are mayor and council comments, and I just have one brief comment. And you can find this on our website, but September 11th, which is next week, is Patriot Day. That's the day that our fire department honors those, the fallen firefighters from 9/11. And so it's at Fire Station 1 in downtown Nampa. It begins at 8 a.m. It's a very short ceremony, but it is an opportunity for us to remember those that sacrificed their lives on 9/11 on behalf of our country. So again, that's on September 11th at Fire Station 1, and it begins at 8 a.m. I don't have anything else, Council. Do you have anything?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to publicly acknowledge my mom is sitting in the audience. It's been like 3 years or more since she's been able to attend a council meeting because she's been taking care of my grandmother and she's dealing with her own health issues right now. But I'm glad to have her here this evening.
That's wonderful.
Oh, that's great.
Good, thank you. Are there any other?
I had meant, I put in a plug for the Idaho Horsemen to get out and support them, and then they've gone on to win the championship. They went undefeated in their Arena Football League, and so their championship game was about a month ago, and I know our past council meetings had more important things, but I just wanted to briefly just congratulate the Idaho Horsemen, and maybe we should have some sort of acknowledgement certificate. It was their inaugural year in this sort of Arena Football League, and speaking of family friendly, there's they would generate decent sized crowds, and I took my kids and we had a good time. And so I hope that they come back next year. And they also have tryouts. So if you want to go to their website, anybody here wants to play Arena football or know someone, they're having tryouts, and so you can visit their website. I'm not trying out, just in case you're thinking. So yeah.
Thank you. So we do not have any agency or commission reports, which is the next thing on the agenda. The item 4 on the agenda is staff communications, and our first staff communication is with Patrick Sullivan and then Ann Westcott with a fiscal impact analysis.
Mayor and Council, I've asked Ann Westcott and Ozzie Griffith to come and talk to us about a fiscal impact model that we put together in the last 8 months or so, and what this model does, Ann will elaborate on, and it is a tool that we've developed in order to assess new development as we go forward.
And I would like to say, as Ann gets started, Thank you so much. We touched on this at our prior meeting when we're looking at the highest and best use of property in this community for long-term and from a planning and zoning perspective. And you're the first person that I've known that could actually quantify it in a way that was usable. Thank you. It's pretty awesome. So we appreciate it. And then your ability.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ozzy. And your ability now to try to take something extremely complex and put it in a package that we can actually understand.
Well, you start with comics. That's usually how I start. So, Madam Mayor, council members, thank you very much for having us here. If you thought impact fees were interesting, this is going to blow your socks off. This is actually the cool part of growth. So, questions about growth. You know, we've talked a lot about, does growth pay its own way? Two sides of that question I always told you. One side was for capital, and that's what impact fees were for, and the other side was operating costs. And I think I always told you there's another way to figure that out, but we're not talking about it. Now we're talking about it. Often elected officials will want to know, how much does it cost to serve every new house or every new non-residential development? Does growth pay its own way? And what does that even mean? Do certain projects warrant development incentives, such as fast tracking or fee reductions? Are we planning for the right mixes of different kinds of land use? Wonderful segue from your conversation earlier this afternoon. And how do different land use plans fiscally impact the city? You're putting a lot of time into your comprehensive plan, and the fiscal impact of all planning is one of many components that you'll consider. Okay, this is the participation part. Impact fees are designed to recover the cost of new growth. True or false?
True.
False. Impact fees can only pay for the capital infrastructure. I tricked you, didn't I?
You did.
Well, I wanted to answer first, so you'd leave me alone the rest of the time.
You have figured it out, finally, Council Member Scogg. Okay,
She calls on us. She does.
I'm not talking to you anymore. It can only pay for capital, can't be used for operating. So impact fees will pay for the station, but not for the firefighters. True or false? New growth generates enough revenue to pay for itself.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Are you talking about here in Nampa, or are you
Pretty
anywhere?
much anywhere.
I'll put a no just to get mine out of the way. Okay.
Wow, okay, we're just narrowing the field here. Not always, so maybe was a very good answer. Only first of all, only percentage of all the revenues that are generated. I mean, if I'm building something, yeah, I'm going to produce a lot of new revenue, property taxes, sales tax, etc. But we know our property taxes are capped. We just can't have an infinite amount. Sales tax don't stay right here. If I buy something here, that tax could go to Chalice. Well, it does go to Chalice and a lot of other places. And your 3% cap is lower than what you're often increasing your operating costs by. So the truth is that some developments actually cost more to serve than what they're bringing in. And that is not how you make a decision about how to build a community, but it is one piece of the puzzle, and we'll talk about that. So a fiscal impact analysis helps you decide if growth is going to create enough new revenue to break even, exceed the amount it's going to cost to serve. A fiscal impact model evaluates the impact of a specific development. We could do one parcel of land. We could do an urban renewal project, the comprehensive plan, etc. on a city's operating budget. So you can do a little granular thing, you can do your big comp plan. What's nice about this model is that we are training your staff to use it so that it could, if you wanted to, become a component of all of your staff reports. The basic methodology, again, math is so easy in the work that I do. It's usually just 3 variables because that's all I can handle. The first thing is how many new residential units or non-residential square feet multiplied by how much I know marginally it costs to provide more service. You're never going to need another fire chief, but at some point you're going to need more firefighters. And then how much new revenue are they bringing in? And then the answer is just, it's either surplus, break even, or a deficit. We started this model for Nampa based on your current comp plan. So I started after you'd made a lot of your public conversations had been held. So I had a lot of the policy underlying. And so throughout this, you'll see me referring to some of those things that were policy objectives or priorities. All the assumptions in this model are variable. We've used the best model, the best assumptions we have today. But everything in there can be changed, and it will give you a different answer depending on, rates, different rates of anything. So data assumptions can be as granular as desired or known. So we can do the whole comp plan. If you have specifics about one parcel, I can also do one parcel. So really, you can use it in a number of options. And the costs to serve are based on your FY19 operating budget. We didn't go ahead and update it with your 20 because you've just done that. So in your packets, you had the report because this table is too big to put on the screen. But Exhibit 2.2 on page 7 of the report is the first basic assumption. What is the land use over the next 20 years? We couldn't do it build out because you're not going to build out in 20 years. So we just took 40% of your 100-year build out, and that's the plan that we're modeling. So the table you see in front of you in your reports is all the different kinds of land use that are in your comp plan, in your zoning map, and the number of units of each of those we are assuming will be built. We worked with your planning and building department on these assumptions. The average appraised value of each unit before those exemptions. Equal phasing has been assumed here just for ease. However, when I've done analyses before where it might be a big development where there's a hotel and some commercial and some residential, we can move it around to see which thing you want to have built first so that you can carry the project as it develops. And as I said, every assumption can be modified. Did you all find that exhibit in your reports? So you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so I start with all of those land uses, and the reason we needed to know how much they were worth is that's going to help me figure out the property tax. That's the biggest chunk of money, so let's figure out how much new property tax each of those developments is going to bring in. So for that first type of use, low-density residential, the value that we put in was $203,400. Took off that property tax exemption. We multiplied it by your general fund mill levy. And that new house that's worth $200,000 is going to bring in $880 of new property tax revenue. So obviously I can change every single one of these assumptions and it will give me a new number. But for this example, we'll just go with 880. A house is producing 880. Sales tax calculations, again, are a little trickier than that. It's distributed based on the formula, and so our base model assumes $156 per residential unit and almost 1 cent per non-residential in new sales tax revenue. So that's based on a pro rata share of what you're getting now divided by the kind of land use that you have now. Again, these numbers could change. So the two biggest parts of a revenue picture are property and sales tax, and we're calculating those separately. The rest of our revenues, all of the other things that you bring in, franchise fees, licenses, permits, interest, those kinds of things, we just decide how variable. When I use the word marginal or variable, it just means how much is this kind of growth going to change or require more operating expenses. So for interest, you could have a lot of growth. You may not necessarily be bringing in tons more revenue, but you are going to bring a lot more permit revenue in, right? And you'll always bring more liquor tax revenue, especially if you have a lot of bars and lounges. So that's one you can always look at. Okay, so we take all of those various types of revenue and we decide how responsive are these to growth. You'll notice for permits, that's 75%. It's not 1-to-1, but it's pretty high. Then we multiply that out by, gosh, I can't even see, the amount of the budget that you have in FY19 by the amount of variability, and we break it into fixed and variable revenues. And then we portion that out by residential and non-residential based on square footage. And then you can see, although you couldn't possibly see that per unit, residential for all the other revenues is $91. Wow. Does this ever get easier? No. It didn't get easier. It's $91 and something like. There we go. So we have all the revenue side. For every one of those land uses, we'll have a spreadsheet that says, here's how much revenue this unit of development will bring in. So now I'm going to look at the cost of service, the operating side. Same three kind of steps. I'm going to figure out how much fixed and variable each expenditure type is, estimate the residential and non-residential expenditures, and then allocate them out by square foot. And in the report, you'll see we do this for each kind of service. So this is public safety. It's police and fire combined. And so we've taken by each kind within fire, there's fire operations and fire prevention, because those two react to growth differently. I'm not going to double my budget for fire prevention, but I might need to double my budget for actual operations in fire if my city were to budget, to double. So you can see in fire in the middle there, we're saying that fire operations are 95% variable. It's really going to be responsive to growth. But prevention services are probably only 50% variable. Again, anything that's shaded in here, you can change these assumptions. And so as this works its way across the page, and then gets divided out by residential and non-residential, you can see that we're still talking about that low-density residential unit. That unit is going to cost $427, and commercial's about 9 cents. So we're just going to start seeing this easy. I'm a house. I gave you $880 of property taxes, and I gave you, in a minute you'll see how much sales tax and other revenues, and I'm going to start comparing that to how much it's going to cost to serve. And we add all of the different departments in the city together, so there's police, parks, et cetera, so we know that when you add everything together, I cost the city in my house $880 to serve, and 11 cents in non-residential. 880 is a number that we're seeing on both sides, so this will be interesting. We're going to look at this red line that says low-density residential, because that's the easiest probably for us to get our heads around. And we'll see that for low-density residential, each new house is going to bring in probably $92 of other revenue, $880 of property tax, $156 of sales tax. So that house is bringing in a little over $1,100 in new revenue, and it's costing $880 to serve, which means it gives you a surplus. That was it. That's math. Wow, look at that. That was like 12 minutes. That's awesome. What you do notice on that page, though, is that not all of the land uses are in black. Some of them are in red. And why is that? That is because some types of land use have lower valuation. They're just worth less to the assessor, and therefore they're not going to bring in as much per unit or square foot. This does not mean they are bad land uses. All it means is that they cost more to serve than the amount of revenue that they bring in. But since you're not going to just have a city made of one land use, you have a comp plan that's built of all of these land uses. Let's put them all together and look at them cumulatively at the end of the 20-year period. And you'll see that if you build according to your current comp plan, you'll have produced about $31 million in new net revenues. Wait a minute. Cumulative. Oh, yes, sorry. What am I missing here? I think that was a typo. I think it's $350 million in new net revenues. And when we then take off the $285 million of cost to serve, you have a 31 million surplus. All those land uses together. You have a healthy surplus there. And if you look on the non-residential side on the next page, non-residential does not produce a surplus. And that seems kind of weird, right? Because I was told that stores and stuff make money. And I was surprised when we first did this to find out that some things are contrary to my general belief. That is because as you go back and look at many of those non-residential uses, mixed-use commercial, high-density commercial, industrial, those kinds of uses don't bring in enough, they don't have a high enough assessed value to bring in enough property tax to break even with what it costs to serve. We really find this in the big box models of stores because the value of that real estate is just a big box. There isn't medical equipment in there or anything, and there's a lot of fire and police responding to those kinds of developments. So they aren't actually the great winners that we always thought they were. But the net is we take this $30 million surplus and this $10 million deficit for non-residential, and we bring it back to today's dollars and do a sensitivity analysis. And so you first want to look at the center box in these tic-tac-toe boards. And the center box of bringing back that $20 million at net present value is $8.5 million. So if you built 20% of your comp plan as it is today, you would have $8.5 million in the bank net. Yay. However, if you look at the box, 3 of the numbers in the upper left-hand side are red. And that means that if any of our assumptions are changed more than 10%, you're going to go into the red. For example, high cost variability, something changes in your community and it costs a lot more to provide police services than we had estimated, and low performance, and there's a recession and all of a sudden you don't have the same values you were going to have. So your comp plan, what is the takeaway from this if you just looked at that sensitivity analysis? Can't call on you. That would be Councilmember Hogebom.
I said maybe earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got it right, so you
Okay. It means that your comp plan is fiscally sustainable. As long as my assumptions are right, or 10%, at least 10% better. But if they're less than any of my assumptions, you have a deficit of almost, worst case, $20 million. That's just an interesting piece of information, but does cause us a moment to pause. Fiscally sustainable development has a balance of land uses. You don't want to zone for dollars. You don't want to say, well, we don't want any of those things that don't make us money. Because a lot of those things that don't make us money meet your strategic objectives. And a lot of the ones that I saw in your comp plan, in your community comments, were affordable housing, increased employment, reduced congestion, environmental protection, community appearance, etc. So we're not going to just build stuff that makes us money if it's not consistent with what your values are at a community. What you want to do is find the right balance that if stuff goes south, you're still going to have a surplus, or at least a break even. Now, this was just a way to start it, was your comp plan. So if I'm telling you that it's sort of fiscally sustainable, but you don't have much movement in there, let's look at it 2 other ways. So we looked at a low-density model, because when you look at that page back there, you'll notice that low density pays for itself, but high density does not. Because high density is a small condo, maybe it's not worth as much, but it still is going to take the same amount to respond to. Now, high density also meets your affordable housing and reduced congestion goals, but just in terms of money, it's not making you money. And so we said, okay, well, what if the whole city was just low density? And you can see this in your report where all the calculations are. But if you looked at low density, we got rid of all of those high density things that weren't bringing in enough money. You still have a surplus of $8 million, but you have a worst case deficit of 8 million instead of 20 million. So going all low density, getting rid of those, newfangled high density kinds of things will reduce your risk. You won't have as much of a risk. You're not looking at a $20 million deficit, probably a swing of 8 million to 8 million. However, low density model does not meet a lot of the objectives that were stated in those priorities for your comp plan. So we did one more scenario. We said, what about a transit-oriented development? Transit-oriented development is looking at development that's more increasing high-density residential and mixed use around transit corridors and employment centers. The reason this helps us get the most bang for our bucks is that when you build everything close together, it costs less to serve. I'm not building and maintaining new roads. I'm not building another fire station because I have all of my stuff. There's an economy of scale to be providing it in a more dense environment. So in the transit-oriented alternative, you have the best case scenario, or your surplus is $60 million, and your worst case is still $12 million surplus. So we might have thought, well, a bunch of little, housing units, that's not going to bring in enough money. But if you have enough of those and they're dense, and so your costs go down, then you actually do have a positive fiscal impact. I want to add one more thing because I know you need to get started. We went one more step, and I'm going to have Ozzy tell you about this one more step. We took a parcel of land, and we took 4 different models of what could go on that land. And if you would like us to wait and tell you that after your hearings, we can, or we can show it to you now.
How long will that take?
Just a few minutes, actually. I was just gonna explain.
No, go ahead.
And I believe you
I
have it in
think the
front of you.
continent-
Was it handed out?
Yes, this one?
Yep.
Yes.
Hi there, I'm Ozzy Grippentrog, I'm with Ann. And so what we had done is we had a project of a parcel that we wanted to evaluate, and there was already a plan for it for storage units. So that was the very first scenario, is we ran the numbers based on a storage unit facility, and I can't remember the acreage, I believe it was around 13? Yeah, that's right, 13 acres. And so you can tell from the scenario here, just like Ann explained, you have the middle box, just like on her slide earlier, is the projected, what we'd assume the model would show. And then low performance is the city property values not growing at the level that we expect, 10% or worse. And then high cost variability is the city's internal costs going up higher than expected. So even on the low case scenario, the project itself still was positive, which is a good thing. So then we'd said, so I used the same parcel, same area, and I ran a business park, and I had to go and find comps and try and figure out a method to get the numbers that were fair. That scenario actually showed a greater surplus for that use on the same footprint. All of these scenarios, I used a 5-year build out because one of them was a housing development, which was going to be the longest lead time, and so I used the worst case scenario for all of them to make it an apples comparison. Otherwise, it would really get messy trying to have all these different scenarios with different variables going on in the middle of it. So the business park actually was the highest and best use. If you were going to pick one of the 4 for this parcel, that was going to give the city the best return. Still positive. Medium density residential was still positive in every regard. All 4 of this, even the low performance to high cost scenario, that was actually ranked probably second. And then the worst scenario for that land use would have been the multifamily, and that actually shows barely break even fiscally. I'm only talking numbers. She's the people person. I'm the numbers person. Yes. So if you were just looking at raw, positive or negative, we wanted to kind of see what would happen on the same piece and how would we rank these. It's not saying that you would propose that another land use be used or something else. It was just to give the planning and zoning people an idea of
here's some different changes in what could happen. We only ran this scenario this way one time. All the rest of these I've been doing for the city, I would just run the as is, run the comps, and then to see if it's successful or to just give you another piece of information for that location of whether or not it's something you want to approve. And so that's essentially, I think you have a question.
So Mayor, so are we going to begin to receive this type of information when we have developments come before us?
We are working on that
Okay.
because we need some training internally. Right now, we outsource when we run them and have Ozzy run them. But the model is very complex. It is not something that you can just easily pick up. And if somebody gets one formula error in one cell, it can really throw it off. And so we're working on that because the offer is there to train, and we're working on that. For example, I'm sitting here thinking about the RV park, right? That we just approved 2 RV parks that are, so, and I'm curious, would those, I don't know what model that would fall in, and we're not talking a storage unit, but we're talking, where you can park your RV and stay for a week or a year.
Right.
Whatever that is, in 13 acres.
That one would be,
But-
I would have to work with planning and zoning to come up with the right classification for that, and then to get good comps. Because that's a big part of this, is really getting the data correct the first time. Because once we get it in there, the model will work and it runs, but. Right, so that's, I mean, essentially, theoretically, that's a parking lot. I mean, if you think about it, it's just basically a rental space for land. Now, you are gonna still have police and fire responding to events that happen there, and you're gonna have road use as it gets people come in and out. So that would, each one of these takes a little bit of thought and work with the planning and zoning folks to make sure we're on the same page when we do these analyses. But
So chances are that's not going to pay for itself.
I don't know.
We will not go on record.
We won't go on record with that. Very smart. I'd be curious to know. Yeah. You know what? The key is we've got to make informed decisions. And so what my commitment is, this helps us in making an informed decision, because the goal is long-term. We've got to get our taxes down. And if we're making decisions that 10 years and 20 years down the road, and that's where this is going, just for those of you listening, we're trying to look down the road. In 10 years and in 20 years, when we actually build this ground out, do we have a city that people are saying, why are our taxes so high? Or do we have a city that says, you know what, this is awesome. We're making good decisions. We're using our land, whether it be jobs and housing, and it's that right mix, and it's working for us as a city. That's where I love this, because we can make better informed decisions. So that's the goal.
And I can train, I know that it looks complex, but I can train your staff to be able to use the model. It is really plug and play.
Councilmember Skog, I think, would be perfect to train,
Yeah, when he's,
right?
yes.
Good for you.
So Mayor Ozzy, what I'm hearing is, and thank you for your willingness to give up some dollars for yourselves to train these folks, but if you come up with the formulas are in there, and they can just go ahead and plug it in, then that, to me, that's how it would work.
Well,
I mean, I don't see where there'd be mistakes as long as your formulas are correct.
well, yeah, but each location is also, it depends on the location of where you're gonna build something. You wouldn't build a high-density residential out in the middle of farmland.
So those variables.
Yeah, so there has to be some thought that has to go in, and also the impact on the police and fire services, because those variables can change too, depending on, a Walmart has a huge impact in relationship to a parking lot. So, there is thought, and there has to be some art that goes into this as well. It's not just all math.
So criteria and formula, I would think it would come
It is,
together.
yeah.
So we are working on that, and the training, and the goal is to, tonight's goal was to introduce this to council so that you're aware of it. And then we will be moving forward as staff in the internal training on it, so we can add this to, and it has been added, we added it to the storage unit public hearing that we had recently. And we've only done a few, but we'll keep working on it. Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, I had concerns, and you acknowledged one variable at the end that I didn't see in the report, which was location. So it seemed like it was contradictory. In one sense, you're saying low density will generate this, it mitigates against risk, but then you say TOD, transit-oriented development, would actually mitigate even more, but that assumes higher density, which in the first model, you're saying doesn't really pay
That's
for
that
itself. And so,
granularity I talked
yes.
about is that comp plan was the biggest, whitest paintbrush of, let's just teach you what this is. And then we'll show you that, but really you know a lot more about development than just what's in your comp plan. So let's start to put in the actual information as it becomes known to you. And then you're just kind of dialing in further into what the actual outcome. We aggregated everything together just to give you an idea of what those 9-box exhibits are
Sure.
for. Now it's time to actually do specific to that parcel, to that urban renewal, to that whatever, and it will make a difference. It will, just in the same way that I went from comp plan to transit oriented, it was like, oh, well, actually, it's not gonna cost as much for police and fire. So then I start making more assumptions, changing my variabilities to reflect what I know.
Okay, so I think it's those variabilities that I want to see, because
Yeah, there's no
like a
point doing it
fourplex,
if you don't.
yeah, a fourplex, again, location might generate more taxable revenue than a low-density home, depending on where. So you're acknowledging that transit orient is a force of value that is affecting the outcome in the tax revenue. And even some things that aren't paying for themselves might be a force of value in the variable for whether the job creation or sales tax, which I know we don't get directly, it goes to the state and we get a percentage back, but
But you do, and the great thing about the model is that you can, once you're comfortable with it, start designing it to make it work for you. Is that, you want these 8 questions always asked, and so then you continue, then you can get it out of the math box and have it start kind of continually giving you some reflection on more policy-related issues, and then there's the domino effect. And what did this do to this thing? In the first model, we didn't do that. But as we start to get more granular, we're starting to make those assumptions based on. And then also, you can say, well, what if we change this about it? And if you're working with a developer, particularly in a planned community or something, you then have some data with which to say, well, if we did this kind here and more of those units, it might balance better.
sure. I hope we get that point, because when I talk to people, they say, stop approving housing below a certain amount, because they say it doesn't pay for itself. And just based on the surface level optics of the report without digging deep, I'm like, well, no, this fourplex will actually generate more tax than if we put a single family home there. It all depends on location and what other variables are input. But people are just saying, no, the report says if it's under 200,000, it doesn't pay for itself, so stop doing it.
And
You're
the report
subsidizing
also
it.
says that whether it pays for itself or doesn't is not the only variable with which policymakers should be making a decision. So affordable housing at that price point probably doesn't pay for itself in terms of its taxes. But as a community, are you willing to let other property taxes subsidize something that other people can't afford to build without this balance?
Okay.
Good points, very good points. Thank you so much. So it's 7:20, and I'm sitting here looking at VRT staff, and I'm sorry, we didn't do you under agency report because you were first item under new business because it was a new business item, but I apologize. I'm going to have you wait. I am so sorry. We only have 3 public hearings tonight, which is really good news because last time we had 9. So we're going to step into the public hearing section of our meeting. And the first public hearing this evening is a public hearing that was continued from the August 19th meeting. This is an annexation and zoning to RS6, which is single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, for Calvary Springs subdivision at 1713 East Iowa Avenue. This is for 64 single-family detached lots on 16.79 acres with 3.81 dwelling units per acre. And this is for Kent Brown representing Trilogy, Idaho. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend approval. Kent is our applicant, and thank you.
For the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, Meridian, Idaho. As you can see, this piece of property, we're asking for RS6 zoning. This property is infill for the most part. It's surrounded by developed properties. We feel it's consistent with what's in the neighborhood. We have our larger lots on our easterly side where we're abutting some larger lots. We've tried to put a pathway through the middle over and over again. And the years of my experience in doing development, people find that walking in their neighborhoods is a benefit that they like to pay for. And sometimes, even though it sounds really great to put in a swimming pool, we don't have a season where we have all year-round pool usage. So anyway, from a development standpoint, when we were in the planning and zoning hearing, because we're coming in as basically the last parcel, there were a number of discussions from the neighbors, because there's ditches that cross through our property and whether we would get water to them. We have a drain that's on our property that picks up drainage from irrigation and street drainage. We also had a neighbor that is a son to the landowner that we're buying the property from, that gets his water from a well that will be located in a public street. So there were questions about how those things were going to take place. Basically, it's not any different between your staff's policies and conditions that were placed upon us by planning and zoning and the recommendations from staff. We tile the ditches that are on our property and tile the drains and provide a means to take care of those issues, making sure that people get irrigation. That's a state law requirement that we have to do that, but it's also good development and it's standards that your engineering staff look for. The well will be abandoned. Obviously, you can't leave it in the roadway, and prior to us abandoning it, we'll make sure that that landowner is connected to city services. If I'm correct, Robert, we even have a condition that makes us do that too, so that they are connected to water. For the most part, I don't know what else to say other than we're consistent with what's in the neighborhood, and from what I understood from the matrix, you're already serving this area. Your water and sewer go by. You're already serving it with fire, and this just adds a few more residents to help pay for those services. I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions for Kent at this time? And Kent, you know the process. We'll have you back. So we'll have the opportunity at the end of the public hearing. Thank you so much. So staff, Christy.
Turn on. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Christy Watkins. I'm a planner for the City of Nampa. So the request before you tonight is for approval of the annexation and zoning to RS6 for this property located at 1713 East Iowa Avenue and will be known as Calvary Springs Subdivision. The property is not currently within the city limits, but it is enclaved and is surrounded by properties that are either also enclaved or within the city limits already. The properties to the north and east are enclaved under Canyon County zoning, and property to the south and west are residentially zoned within the city. The property is located in an employment center future land use designation. That designation does include residential. It is a mixed use designation. Fits the definition, this project fits the definition for the infill that is provided within our comprehensive plan. The findings in this case are, it is within the city of Nampa's impact area and adjacent to the city limits. The zoning requested matches the immediately surrounding land uses. Utility and emergency services are available. Right-of-way dedication on Iowa will be required and has been acknowledged by the applicant. The correspondence received was from engineering, GIS, the building department, as well as a concerned neighbor regarding drainage on and around this property. This neighbor has met with our assistant city engineer And they have worked through the responsibilities of this developer and also the responsibilities that they have on their own property. The conditions of approval are listed in the staff report and here on this site that I will not take any extra time to read through for you since I'm sure you've read your staff report. Giving the findings noted, the annexation and zoning to RS6 is certainly an entertainable request, and staff supports the approval of this annexation and zoning request with conditions listed in the staff report and any other that you see fit to impose tonight. I will stand for any questions.
And seeing none, thank you. We'll come back if we have any. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, we have one person signed up in support of, and that is Bill Fisher. Bill, are you here? Bill, we have your address noted at 1623 Ventura Drive. Is that correct?
Correct.
In Nampa. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I'm the concerned neighbor that Christie was referring to. So I'm not speaking for or against the development, but my concern is with the drainage. So as I believe you're aware, probably from previous discussions, the drainage from Dublin Meadows and Bel Air Acres, number 1 and number 2 and number 3, drain onto the property for Calvary Springs. Our development is immediately to the east. So currently we experience localized flooding, basically right adjacent to my house, which got my attention. And so I saw this as a window of opportunity to make improvements to our drainage as well as reduce the likelihood of future problems for the Calvary Spring homeowners. So my purpose this evening is to provide some related comments and request assistance with certain items related to the drainage. I realize that some of the items I'll mention will in all likelihood be covered by engineering and planning and by the developer's engineer. And so to be clear, I'm not looking for the developer to fix our problems, but saw this as an opportunity that through cooperation, we can have a solution that's beneficial to all parties. So in studying this issue, I had the following points. And they're, I guess you could call them requests. See if it's in your prerogative to pass these on to engineering or act otherwise. I'm not familiar with the process, but 6 items. The storm drainage from Dublin Meadows and Bel Air Acres number 2 and number 3 developments currently discharges onto the property of the proposed Calvary Springs subdivision. The design of the drainage system for Calvary Springs needs to account for the inflows from these subdivisions. Construction activities at Calvary Springs must not impede stormwater discharges from our developments. We had a very serious incident, large flood there in the subdivision before I moved there due to some construction activity. So that was certainly came to mind. Calvary Springs homeowners and their association must not make alterations that would impede the stormwater drainage from our development. So this is down the road. Dublin Meadows and Bel Air Acres number 2 and number 3 developments must be allowed access in perpetuity to the storm drainage discharge points if required for inspection and maintenance of the drain lines. Permission is requested from the developer of Calvary Springs for access in the immediate future, probably the September-October timeframe, for us, or possibly the highway district, to inspect and perform some maintenance on the drain lines, especially at the discharge points. And we request that a designated representative for Dublin Meadows and Bel Air Acres have the opportunity to review the storm drainage design for Calvary Springs prior to a release for construction. And I forgot to mention, I'm a registered professional engineer. So, that's all I have. Any questions?
No, thank you. That was detailed. I could tell you. Thank you so much. That was excellent. I appreciate it.
I wanted to thank the city's engineering and planning departments. They were very courteous and throughout all this process very helpful in finding the information that I needed.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. So at this time, I don't have anyone else signed up to testify. Thank you. So would you like to testify? Okay. Well, I'm sorry. So when you come, if you could share your name and your address, and thank you so much.
I'm Jim Klusick. Address is 1717 Ventura Drive, Nampa. And I got a couple problems. We got a pasture back there. The grass is about that high and dry. And all we need is a good fire and a good windstorm that's going to burn some of us out. And I wonder whoever owns it can take care of that.
So I have a question. Is that the property you're referencing, is it property that's going to be developed? Or is
Yeah,
this?
that's the one we're talking about. It's going to be developed.
Okay, so you're suggesting that the owner of that property take care of that so that it
Whoever
doesn't
owns
have a
it. I
fire?
don't know if it's sold yet or not.
Okay.
And another deal is noxious weeds. You should have seen the last windstorm we had. I mean, my backyard was white with Canadian thistle seed. And I'll probably have it, just probably spray next year to get rid of it. So, that's the two main ones. And I've been approached by, when they start building, they're not gonna start at 6 o'clock in the morning hammering, I hope. Because that won't fly.
Well, thank you for mentioning it, and I appreciate Mr. Brown is here, and I see him taking notes.
I'll talk to him after we get done with it.
That sounds great. And I feel your pain. I've been there with the thistle, and it is horrible to maintain, and so,
I've been spraying in back of my place, so they didn't run cattle this year. And I sprayed once as far as I could reach out with my sprayer on the banks. But that wasn't far enough.
yeah. Thank you for your comments. It's appreciated. And Mr. Brown, thank you for taking notes and communicating. Is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to testify on this particular property this evening? Okay, so seeing none, and this would be an opportunity for Mr. Brown to come back on behalf of the owners and provide any response that you'd like to.
Again, for the record, Kent Brown, 3161 East Springwood, Meridian, Idaho. The city's conditions, and there was a memo sent out by the assistant city engineer prior to this meeting. In fact, I think I got it at like 4:30 today. But he talks about us making sure to do most of the items that he's talked about. So the area that we're talking about, I don't know, is it easier over here? Is right in here. The drainage runs through, Bill's right here, right there, right? Yes. And it runs along the south side of his house, and it's underground, and then it crosses another property, and then gets to our drain ditch. I'll try to hold it steady, and then runs up to Iowa. There's also a connecting point down here that drainage runs from this development into our site. And so what we're proposing and what we've already discussed with the assistant city engineer is having an open spot there for that water to come and enter. The problem is going out and looking for it. We can't see a pipe discharge. The assistant city engineer also talked about that the highway district might need to maintain that existing pipe that's there. Probably hasn't been maintained, and it's probably plugged, and that's probably a big part of that problem. Those are off-site stuff that, at least he's saying that we're not responsible for the off-site stuff, but we can provide them a place where they can see it entering into our site and the having a manhole there so that they can, like you do with a sewer line, you rod it and clean it out that's there. I think in the initial plan, it wasn't buried, it was a ditch. I tried to go back through the aerials, and Google Earth allows you to go back a certain distance, and this was installed in the 80s. Google Earth only allowed me to go back to 92, so it looks like it's been buried for some time. And the testimony and the discussions I had after planning and zoning with a number of the neighbors, they've had trouble with the maintenance of the ditch, just like Jim's had a few issues with the grass that's on the site now and the weeds. It just hasn't been taken care of very well, and obviously when we do development, we fix a lot of those items and tile the ditches and put the drain into a pipe. Doesn't mean, it means you don't have to go down that anymore and clean that, so.
So quick question, do you, when you listen to Mr. Fisher's requests to meet and allow access and to work with them on some of these issues, is that something that you felt was within reason that as you guys work through the development, you could fulfill?
I believe that all of those are covered currently, except for the one that he wanted to have the ability to review the plans. As long as, I guess the final authority is the city, I don't see that being a problem. Don't want to gold plate anything, but we want to make it, we want to do something, and we want to spend our money wisely and do something just like the city does that makes sense. We don't want to have to go back and have a problem there.
Right.
But obviously, we can't also fix what's off-site in an existing pipe that other entities are supposed to be taking care of.
So Mayor, if I may, so the pasture that was mentioned is overgrown, so that's your property where you're developing it, or not?
It is a property that we've optioned to buy.
So currently, it's not, it has not been
As
finalized then?
last I heard, we hadn't closed on it.
So once it is closed, though, that you'd be in there and cutting it until you get ready to develop? Okay, thanks.
Are there any further questions for Mr. Brown? Okay, how about for staff?
Just for clarification, there is a noise ordinance, right? They can't start at 6 a.m. I just want the gentleman to have some peace of mind.
Once this, Mayor Kling, Commissioner Hogaboam, once this property is annexed into the city, it's subject to the city's ordinances. The city's noise ordinance restricts noise between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So any work outside of those hours, the police department would be the enforcement agency for that.
Thank you. Okay, unless there are any further questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the will of the council.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, move that we would approve this annexation and zoning to RS6 as presented, with conditions.
Yes, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Just to add there, I see 16 conditions of approval from P&Z, and so I don't know if Mr. Fisher, I know we've closed public hearing, but when you get a chance to look at those, I think a lot of the concerns that were raised were addressed in the conditions of approval. So I feel good about this. Yeah.
Okay, unless there's further discussion, roll call. Brunner?
Yes.
Hogaboam?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bob?
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you for those of you that testified, and I appreciate Mr. Brown relaying your concerns. Thank you very much. So our second public hearing this evening is an appeal of Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of the subdivision plat short approval for Atkinson's Acres subdivision. This is in a suburban residential zoning district at 5025 Feather Creek Lane. It is 3 single-family lots on 5 acres for Larry Atkinson. Is the applicant here this evening? Thank you. I'll let you come forward and share about your subdivision, and thank you by stating your name and your address to start.
Thank you. Craig Atkinson.
5025 East Feather Creek Lane in Nampa. We're here on an appeal of Planning and Zoning's recommendation of denial on our Atkinson Acres subdivision. We had some objections that were raised at the hearing that we had there, and it looks like Planning and Zoning staff was able to address some of those things. In the end, the staff report that was amended and brought for City Council says that our property substantially conforms within acceptable limits with relevant RA zoning codes and City of Nampa subdivision standards pertaining to land division. So I don't think the issue here is that we're not in accordance with any ordinances. I think the staff has established we are within those ordinances. I think the reason for the denial wasn't because we weren't in accordance with the ordinances, it was because of some of the objections that were raised by the neighbors. The three objections were that it would ruin the rural farm-like atmosphere, it would reduce the land for farming and ranching, and I think the one that the Planning and Zoning really hung their hat on, and the one they were really the most concerned about, was an allegation that some of the neighbors had also applied to have their property divided and were denied the ability to do that. So Planning and Zoning, and I think that's the primary concern they had. They did some research and looked into the issue, and it appears that what their conclusion was, they could not find an application for the 5020 East Feather Creek property or any decisions on that, so they didn't have much to say about what the history was on that, just some possible theories, possible ideas as to why they may have been denied or not applied. But I thought that it was telling that they said it would be very unusual to tell an applicant that they cannot subdivide if the zoning ordinance allows it, which is what we have here, is a property where the zoning ordinance allows it. Their property is along, I don't know, is it okay if I use the Alamo at all? Is the neighborhood that we're talking about here. And so the property that my property, the one that I'm trying to subdivide, is this one right here in this block. That's the 5 acres that we're trying to divide right now. The properties, two of the properties where they had said they'd had problems with dividing, well, the one property was this one right here to our south. Right there. There's a creek that runs along right here, and then up the property here. I think it's called 5 Mile Creek, if I remember right. Because of that, our neighbors had to build a mound here for their subdivision, and for their septic tank, which kind of makes it almost impossible for them to be able to subdivide because of the requirement, because of the creek. We're not along the creek. We've already done our septic tank analysis. We're not going to need anything like that. There is no anything that's going to get in our way of being able to do that. So if they were denied, it may have been, if they had applied and were denied or were somehow told that they were going to be denied, that may have been one of the reasons why. That's not an issue for our property. Another objection that was raised during the hearing by the owner of this property here, he actually was the one who divided all of this, who had purchased and divided this. His objection was when he divided these first 4 parcels here, that he was not allowed, well, I think what his real argument was is that the restrictions that were placed on him were onerous, and it was too expensive for him to do it. And so he, instead of putting them into 1 acre lots like he'd wanted to, he had to put them into 5 acre lots. And now we're coming in and trying to divide it into smaller lots, which isn't fair that he had such high restrictions and we didn't. But one thing to note, I think, is that this division here, the low angle subdivision, was also one he divided. That was after this one here. This came in later. He then purchased this property and divided this property. And as the report mentions, the density in this area that he was allowed to divide into is higher than what I'm asking for. And he didn't have to do any of those onerous burdens or anything to get this divided into this way. So he was given the benefit of doing that without any additional burdens like that. And we're going to have more burdens, to be honest, because we're going to have to put in 25-foot landscaping here and a sidewalk, which they didn't have to do. That's going to cost us a lot of money to do, and it's going to be a burden on us. So I don't think there's a question of unfairness here. I think everything's fair here. We're in compliance with the ordinance, and I think that the objections have no merit there. One issue that was brought up in the report is that we did not have a landscape report done for this, and the staff's report is that they recommended that the approval of this be conditioned on us getting one of those. Well, we have gotten one of those, so I don't know if that's been approved. Okay, so that's done. So unless council has any questions for me about the property.
No, but in that it is a public hearing, you will have the opportunity to come back. And as you listen to testimony, you have the opportunity to give us a close at the end of that. So thank you very much. Staff, Rodney.
Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Principal Planner. He did a really good job of summarizing my report. I'll go as fast as I can here. So the request is the appeal of the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial of the subdivision short plat approval for Atkinson Acres. As you can see here, the community, this is in the community mixed use designation on the comprehensive plan. So it's an allowed use. Existing zoning is RA. Land use to the north is county agriculture with a farmhouse. There we go. So to the north is agriculture with farmhouse, but also to the north, I just wanted to point out, this is the RS 8.5 zoning designation that is the Spring Hollow subdivision that was approved for development. So 8,500 square foot lots. To the south is residential as well. To the east is residential enclaved, and to the west is residential county, as has been explained, as well as, I'm sorry, that shouldn't be county. To the west is the low angle subdivision that's in the city that he spoke of. That's that one there. So some specific information. The access is from Feather Creek Way, or Lane. This is a private roadway that accesses back to each of the 4 parcels here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then all of these in the low angle subdivision. So it's a private roadway with a common agreement for maintenance of that roadway. There are no utilities available immediately to the property, but as you saw in the staff report or the staff memo from engineering, this is not a concern, but at the time of failure for a septic tank or need for water, when utilities are available, they would be required to hook up. As the applicant suggested, they were interested in pursuing a sidewalk deferral, but our code does not allow that along principal arterials, which Star is. And so engineering indicated that that would not be something they could entertain. Planning and zoning history, this is a little bit complicated, but let me walk through it. 2006, it was annexed with a development agreement for 8.5 zoning, and it was a single-family residential development that was going to go in, smaller lots. 2007, the final plat for Sonoma Creek, which was the development, single-family homes was put into place, and then in 2008, the plat expired because it wasn't developed for obvious reasons. In that time frame, the housing bust at that point. 2016, there was a rezone to RA, and about that same time, I think it was in 2015, the property was split. And what that did is it took it from 4 properties. I think I have a diagram I'll show you a little bit better, but it took it from, actually, there were 2 properties, one little small property here and then a larger property here. And then they divided it into administrative lot split so that each of the, and then readjusted the lot lines so that they got the 4 parcels. Short plat was denied in 2019 by the Planning and Zoning Commission. But I also want to point out that the development agreement, no development agreement request was made when they did the rezone to RA, so it was not in compliance. That will come back to you for your consideration. It already went to P&Z on August 13 for rescission of that development agreement. That was on the city. For some reason at that point, we just didn't catch that. And so it'll come back to you on September 16th for a rescission of that development agreement. It's a separate issue from this project. Some specific information, it's dividing into 3 parcels, the largest one where the existing home is located, and then basically 1 1/4 acre parcels to the east of that existing home. This is the landscape plan that they submitted and has been reviewed and approved from our office. So they did make that adjustment in 25 feet of landscaping along our arterial roadways. I'm not going to go through these, but these were the conditions that engineering placed. And then just wanted to point out again, this is complete because that was and that was in your staff report that we needed that landscape plan. Okay, so Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing took place. It was already mentioned, the 3 points that the neighbors were concerned. Commission basis for denying this, I want to make this really clear. They believed that the short plat would continue to city council regardless of their decision. So they directed staff to look into several items, expecting it to go before you for final approval. However, after I reviewed this with our attorney, we found that a denial at the Planning and Zoning Commission level of a short plat is a denial, and it would not proceed to City Council unless it was appealed. And so that's what we notified the applicant, and they appealed the decision, and then now it is before you. I can't speak to whether Planning and Zoning would have voted differently, but I know that they gave me direction to provide more research into what happened so that you could make an informed decision. So the 2 points that they wanted me to clarify was how the subdivision was created and to provide an information as to why neighbors were denied ability to subdivide their properties. So several items here that I need to address. This was not a subdivision. It is not a subdivision. It was created through a lot split. Perhaps if it was a subdivision, they'd have CC&Rs about lot sizes that are beyond what we would require from the city of Nampa. However, right now, this current zoning allows for a minimum of 30,000 square feet lot average. In the ag zone, I just want to point that one out. The ag zone, not what this is zoned. This is RA, or suburban residential. In the ag zone, it requires a minimum lot size of 5 acres. The property owners were concerned that the feel of this subdivision, what they termed a subdivision, was going to be less than 5 acres like their properties were. That is allowed by the zone that it is in. And so there was concerns about that and how that process took place. I cannot speak to what happened with these other property owners. There's no record of them coming in to subdivide that land and then being denied because of the zoning ordinance. I can't speak to that, but There are lots of potential things that could have led into that. And I just wanted to point out that there are quite a few subdivisions of smaller lots than what is being proposed going up around this and have already been constructed around this site. I did want to address this one here. There was some concern that reducing the amount of acreage on a property from 5 to 1.25 is going to cut down on farmland, and that would be bad for the community as a whole. I've done research on this in the past and found that a 5-acre parcel of land is not going to be a massive production of farmland. In fact, it's these size parcels are a little bit detrimental because they break up larger swaths of farmland. And so if you want to use a planning tool to improve how much farmland we have, that's greater density. So this is the parcel. I didn't do a very good job of staying within the lines. I failed kindergarten, I guess. But this is the original small property here. I believe that's where the house was, and then it was split and split into 4 different parcels and adjusted the line. So finding of fact, it's within the city limits. It's been rezoned to RA in October of 2016, and with the changes that are identified in correspondence, we believe that this subdivision substantially conforms to applicable subdivision and zoning standards. And I would stand for questions.
Yeah, I didn't see, and maybe I missed in my packet, I had confused. I saw P&Z minutes related to this item, but it was from the 2016 decision that you're referencing.
Yeah.
And that was for the applicant, Mr. Lowe, I believe, who was, and that was finally approved. And that's what Mr. Atkinson, the applicant, is referring to, what was approved in 2016.
That low angle subdivision.
The low angle subdivision. But I didn't see the minutes. I saw the rescission approval that's included in here from August, I believe, but the P&Z denial is from, was it a July meeting that you're referring to?
Correct. Yeah, it was, I think I had that on that. I have the right date there. Oh, I didn't identify the exact date, but I think it's in the staff report.
Okay.
July 34th, yeah. Or, sorry. 24th.
Yeah, sorry.
24th.
24th, okay.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions at this time? Okay. Daniel?
Mayor and council, I'd like to provide a little bit of context. Rodney was not here with the city when this, the original lot splits happened to make these 5 acres. It would have been Robert and myself that were dealing with this. Rodney and I had some conversations, but I'd like to provide a little more clarity on some of the discussions that we had at the time regarding, so when the original discussions came in with this parcel here, the requirement and the reason I recall for not having more than the 4 lots there, the city's codes allow for a common driveway for 4 or less single-family dwellings, which is a much smaller development burden than a public or private street. And so when these 4 lots went in, the East Feather Cove was developed as a gravel common driveway. When the low angle subdivision came in and they added more than 4 units there, they had to pave that roadway as a private roadway. And so that is, as I recall, was one of the deciding factors for why it was done as a 5-acre lot splits. Our code also allows you to create as many 5-acre lots as you want without going through a subdivision process. So that combined with the development costs of actually improving that as a roadway at the time, I believe were the contributing factors for why it was not developed to a denser standard when that happened. When the low-angle subdivision came in, they were conditioned that, as a condition of that approval, they had to pave all of that and put in the cul-de-sac at that end. So that hopefully gives a little more context based on, that's likely not in any of the records. Those would have been staff discussions with the applicant or the original person who had owned that property.
Thank you. Appreciate that explanation. Okay, seeing no questions at this time, this is a public hearing, and we do have a few people signed up. Actually, other than the applicant, I don't have anyone signed up in support. If there is someone here that intended, we'll, at the conclusion, give you that opportunity to speak. We have a few people signed up. Under the opposition, Michael Dudley is the first person. Michael, are you here? Yes. Thank you. As you come, I'm going to read your address at 5020 East Feather Creek. Is that correct? Yes. Nampa.
My entire property is directly across the street from the proposed three-home subdivision. That's the one there. And I actually, my septic system, I chose that because I wanted to be able to work on it myself. The others, I had to pay somebody to take care of it, and that's why it's there. Exhibit D1, do you have that, or do I need to put that up? Yeah.
You mind enlarging that just a little bit, Rodney? Thank you so much.
That's the way I bought the property. And my home is the one on the bottom left there. And so his is on the right, and I've made the little divisions where he's wanting to subdivide it. All right, let's go with 2 then. This shows it a little better. So we're going to have our 3 large properties, and then his ones that are broken up. Okay, here's an example of what's going to happen if he does this. And this is going to be my next one. And this one actually happened in Las Vegas.
And I will tell you, because we only have 3 minutes, you're getting close, so you're going to have to kind of hurry on this one.
I'm not going to get through it then.
Okay.
I've got a lot here. You can see right above the red arrow is a little house. And that was built there because the developer were selling the homes in 25 foot sections of the house. And they didn't make one of them buy that property. And so there was that space there that they had to build a house there for. And it just looked silly. Trying to go fast here. John and I were the ones that purchased the property first. He bought the other 3 sections, and I just bought that first one. And they were designed and sold as small farms. And I just can't see how 1.5 acres are going to be a small farm. Not only that, it looks silly across the street from me. And yes, I was the one that asked the planning and zoning if I could, or at least one of them, if I could subdivide. And they said I couldn't. It's just, oh, I
And then-
remember what it was.
And unfortunately, we are out of time by about, I think, yeah, not quite a minute. So I apologize because I'd like to give you more time, but we do have to keep to the rules.
Okay.
And so,
Let me
thank
just
you.
say that if we would have known that we could have subdivided, we would have put CCNRs on there, so we couldn't.
I see what you're saying. Okay.
I guess
Thank
that's
you.
it.
Thank you so much.
All right.
The hardest part of the job is having to tell somebody that has more that they were at the end, but thank you.
I understand that.
I
I have a
appreciate
lot
it.
more to go, so.
No. Thank you. So the next person that has signed up is Sharon Dudley. And Sharon is at the address of 5020 East Feather Creek also.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate your time, and I'm a little quicker than my husband, who spoke just now. He's worked really hard trying to find equitable ways to explain why we're so opposed to this. And for me, it's about the quality of life and talking to the other neighbors on our road. That was our purpose of buying there instead of buying further out into the country, was that we could be close to town, close to amenities, and still have that rural environment. We moved our property over when we were designing our lot, our site plan, and the developer, the builder that put Mr. Atkinson's house where it is, was right across from us. And we said, well, we don't want to stare right at a house, so we slid our house down, re-architectured everything so that it would be facing into land. And, so it's going to impact our quality of life and the whole purpose for us being there if it's approved. And I understand there's guidelines and that they're conforming to the guidelines, so, we're just on your mercy, I suppose. And one of the things that my husband had put together to say is, to us, it feels like if it's approved, it's penalizing the rest of the homeowners on that street who bought for a certain environment and lifestyle, and we won't have that same quality of life that we bought for if it's approved. So we're, pleading that you uphold the planning and zoning's denial if it's at all possible. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for taking time to be here. The next person is Jacqueline Dudley. So would you like to give your time to, is this and you're related to, right? Would you like to give another minute to him to speak on your behalf? Okay, I'll let you do that because she signed up to speak. So we'll give you about a minute and a half if you have more you want to say. It's Jacqueline Dudley.
All right, this will be real quick. I just want to show you, there's other homes that we could have purchased. And here is a 5-acre parcel of homes that are still right now. This is Cherry Creek. This is south of us. And all of these homes are similar size lots. This is one to the northeast of us, and they're all similar sized lots. That's my issue, is it's not similar. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome. You are welcome. The next person signed up is Michael Landon. Is Michael here? You're good. So you don't have anything to say, but do you want noted in opposition to? Okay. So noted. And John Lowe? And John, we have your address at 5280 East Feather Creek Lane. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
So I am the Low in Low Angle subdivision. As Michael mentioned, he bought 5 acres and my wife and I bought 15, those first 4 lots there. And we didn't actually apply for, we were trying to do a 1 acre, 1.5 acre subdivision on those 15 acres. But in working with the planning and zoning and building department, we were told that if we wanted to do anything less than a 5-acre parcel, that we would have to do a legal street, public street, sidewalk, curb, gutter, and do the infrastructure for all the water and sewer underneath the street, which would have added $1 million or more to our little project that we were doing out of pocket. And that's why we did not pursue with an actual application. Because I worked with Daniel, I worked with the ones in the building department for 3 or 4 months, trying to find a way to do a private road with one, just like the Silver Spur subdivision across the way, which is county. That's what we were envisioning in that property. And I'm sorry, if you let this, first off, we didn't do a legal street. So we have a 22-foot wide street, which is thinner than a public street. We already have problems, people parking on the street, which makes it hard to pass when they're parking, visiting somebody. People have to swerve around, and there's not enough room for parking on the street, plus a 2-lane drive. So subdividing this into smaller lots is going to create havoc. It's going to break up this private street, which I have to agree, the city council, the planning and zoning agreed to let us have a private street there, because when we bought the first 15 acres, it was after we had purchased that we had found out that the 7.5 acres for the low angle subdivision was now landlocked. I contacted the owners, asked if they wanted to help develop, pay for the road, keep access into their property. They said no and offered to sell it to us. The city graciously let us subdivide it into 4 usable parcels. That's all fine and good. We did end up paying for that whole road. And again, it's not up to public road standards. So if we were to let every 5-acre parcel subdivide, we're creating problems on a small private road, which we're already having problems. We've all signed an agreement. There's 6 owners now along that road with the possibility of 8. And we've all signed an agreement which nobody's kept up to right now with money. It's just going to create more time or more problems with the private road. And that's all I have.
So what year was that you were denied?
2016 is when we went in and was trying to do a subdivision of acre or acre-and-a-half lots.
Okay, and at the time, you were told you could not, and you had to put curb and gutter and,
We were told we could, but we had to do curb, gutter, a legal street. We had to do a park. We also had to put the infrastructure in for sewer and water under the said street.
if you were to go into
If we were to go into a subdivision. So I want to know from you, and as I said to the planning and zoning, what changed in 2.5 years that now we can subdivide this into 1 acre, acre-and-a-half lots without sidewalk, without public street, curb, gutter, park. I personally want to know, that street cost about $5 a square foot. It's 1,600 foot long. My wife and I would have loved to see a little more of a return from that, but we settled for 5-acre lots and went with the 4 lots which we built on to have our residence. So I personally, she wants to know as well, she's not here, what changed in the 2.5 years that now we can let each 5-acre lot subdivide what I was trying to do 2.5 years ago. But a private road is going to be a problem with a lot of homes on that 22-foot wide road. I think a public street is what, 26?
$30 and $38.
So that's all I appreciate your time and your efforts in this. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this. So I'm not sure, Councilman Hogaboam, if you got to hear, and you got to hear that testimony. Thank you, because you're needing to stand, and you got to hear that testimony.
The latter half. What was the gentleman's
Okay.
name?
John Lowe.
Oh,
So
that
I
was
think
John
it's important. I just wanted to make sure I didn't know if I should have him repeat some of it, because it was important testimony, based on the history, and I think, yeah, it's important testimony, so. If we have questions later on, because I know that Councilman Bruner did get to hear all of that. So the next person signed up is Kim Hatch. Is Kim here? And Mr. Hatch, we have you at 17232 Star Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I live right across the road. I've lived there for 21 years. I object to one of the things you had where you said everything east is residential. I represent my dad also. He owns the 39 acres. He gave me the acre there, so it's not all residential, it's farm too. Yeah, so right there, that all the way to the Cherry Lane, and they've just condemned part of his corner, their acre and a half, for putting in a roundabout, which I really object to. But my question is this gonna be a habit where you say, okay, 5 acres, and then 3 years later you go, okay, an acre, okay, a half acre, okay, 6,000 feet? Because I'm going to object to that strenuously, because yes, I'm on a farm, you know, I ride horses out there, and I have a question why all of a sudden you'd rezone three years later. Just doesn't make sense.
It's a really good question, and I don't have the answer to that question.
And I'm hardly ever here, because I'm a migrant helicopter worker, so I've been in Colorado fighting fires all summer. Otherwise, I've been to a lot more of these things, but I flew home this morning, and so I thought I really need to be here, because yeah, are you just gonna keep dividing and dividing and dividing because somebody wants to, oh, well, I'm gonna get my mother-in-law here and my kids here, and just keep dividing until it's just minuscule little lots. That's all I got.
Appreciate your comments, and thank you for fighting fires. Thank you very much. And the next person we have is David Brenneman. And Mr. Brenneman, we have you at 5120 East Feather Creek Lane, is that correct?
Greeting, Council and Mayor. I guess my main concern was we were here 2 years ago, I think, before the council, about zoning, or not necessarily zoning, but changing it to a rural classification where you could have 4 animal units per acre. And the council, this very council said, yes, that's what we'd like to see more of in the city of Nampa, some open space that would keep it more like a rural area. So I guess I was just kind of wondering what has changed in that 2 years from when the council said, yes, we'd like to see the acres stay about that size, and now we're getting them down to 1.5 acres on that very same plot of land that they said we'd like to keep it 5 acres. And just a point of clarification, I guess maybe this is be to the planners, but when I received my notice in the mail, it said each lot was 1.67 acres still. And so I guess I came here thinking that, well, they went back to 1.67 acres. So I guess I'm not sure which it is now.
Well, on our document, it says 3 single-family lots on 5 acres for 1.67 lots per acre. So I guess I don't have the answer to that question because I'm looking at that same number.
Okay.
So,
And I guess that's about, and then if they do the subdivision, we'd like to make sure that they do the planting, the sidewalks, the landscaping, and I guess I'd be opposed also because there'd be 2 more entryways on that private road that would lead to more congestion and traffic. So, thank you.
thank you very much. So that is the last person I have signed up. Before I ask if there's anyone else that intended, Rodney, can you clarify on the acreage if there's a question?
Yeah, that's just the average. If you take 5, divided it by the 3, you get the average of 1.67.
But in this, that is not what they're proposing. They're proposing a larger lot and 2 smaller lots.
That's correct.
Right, so I might suggest I don't know, in the future that were accurate, because the average would not be accurate. I mean, it's an average for 5 acres, but you've got a large lot, and then they're proposing to split to 2 smaller lots in addition to the original.
And the reason that's done is that there are certain requirements for minimum lot size in an RA zone. So it has to be a certain size, and that's what that average is for. But we can clarify that.
What is the minimum lot size in an RA zone?
30,000 square feet.
Which equals what?
Yeah, it's less than an acre.
Okay,
it's
so
saying-
the,
Yeah,
so the proposed 2 lots, what are they?
1.25.
Okay, so it falls within what it is. Okay. That's the main question, is that it falls within what's that requirement.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is a public hearing, and at this time, I don't have anyone else signed up in support or in opposition to. Is there anyone here that had intended to speak on this particular public hearing? Okay, seeing none, this is an opportunity for the applicant to come back. Thank you. And provide closing comments.
Thank you. One thing I would like to point out, I think I can point it out on this little map right here, is that, and I think this has already been brought up, but this property right here, it's much larger, and we have a map that encompasses that. Back one. Yeah, there you go. This right here, this huge property here, that's being divided. It's going to be 3 houses per acre. Not far at all from us. You've just got one little farm field between us. I didn't see any objections there about farmland and open spaces or any of that. And right now, we've got a great view right here from our back porch all the way across the valley. In a little bit of time, that's going to be gone, because this is all going to be subdivided into 3 houses per acre. And right over here on this side, you've got about 1 house per acre. And this the subdivision right here. In the low angle subdivision, as it mentioned in the report, their density there is higher than ours. And they were approved by city council to do that. We're not asking for anything that's unusual. This idea of breaking up the neighborhood, I think, is unfounded, because you've got that right here at the end, is smaller lots at the end of the subdivision. We're just wanting some smaller lots here. As far as traffic goes on the private road, there's going to be very little traffic compared to the traffic that comes down that. We've got a business that runs right here on this corner, a wrap business that probably triples any of the traffic that any one of these properties does. There's traffic in and out of that house all day long. No one's complaining. We came out here to be away from CC&Rs and things like that, to use our land the way we wanted to be free, to do what we want to do with it. And I understand that, so we haven't said anything. But I just want to point out, that's where all the traffic's coming from. It's the business right next door to us that's bringing in tons and tons of traffic. My 2 lots here, right on the end of the road, aren't going to do anything to even scratch the traffic that comes in because of that private business that's next door to us. They said that if they knew this was going to happen, they would have done CC&Rs, but in the same breath, they said that they tried to come in and get theirs divided into smaller lots. We're getting mixed messages here. Do you want smaller lots, or are you wanting CC&Rs to make it so we can't get smaller lots? I think we're getting mixed messages here. That's what Dudley told us. He said he came in, he tried to get subdivided for smaller lots, he was denied, and if he knew this was going to happen, he would have done CC&Rs to prevent us from dividing. That's contradictory messages we're getting. Again, they talked about the impact on the quality of life. I mean, if your quality of life is open spaces, that is quickly diminishing. It's all around us. It's closing in. And we're going to 1.25 acres. We're not going to 3 acres per lot, which is just very, very close to us. One thing I'd like to point out on John Lowe's subdivision, the Dudleys and John Lowe's subdivision, it appears to me from what I heard from staff today, which I didn't know before, it was an administrative split. I think you're going to have different rules and different expectations that are going to go along with administrative split when you're doing an administrative split of such a large acres. Ours is not an administrative split. We're asking for a subdivision, which is a different request. So I think that also may be why there was a different treatment between what John Lowe was requesting and what we're requesting. We're doing a subdivision. I would have loved to have done an administrative split. It would have been a lot cheaper and a lot easier for us to do, but we couldn't do that because the administrative split had already been done with the big acres, and you can only do those so often. So we are going to go through this process and this expense because we don't get to do an administrative split. And Mr. Lowe was one of the ones that pointed out that we're splitting this up into smaller lots. He himself lives on a small lot, not much bigger than the ones that I'm requesting, right here on this corner, right here. It's like 1.7 or 8 acres. I'm not exactly sure what the size is, but it's very small. And so he's already on a small lot, and so I don't understand the objection that we're splitting this up into small lots when he already lives on a small lot himself. One of the things they talked about is expectations, that they thought that they would be living in a rural farm area, and that was their expectation when they came into this. I don't know if expectations is something the city council needs to take into consideration. If your expectations are a certain way, there's ways of dealing with that. We can do CC&Rs and things like that so that our expectations are protected. Those weren't done here. They could have been done, and they weren't. I wouldn't have bought the property if it would have been on CC&Rs. My expectations, which I'm only bringing up because these were brought up, my expectation when I brought the property from the owner was this was splittable. Now, I'm not holding anybody to that because it was word of mouth between me and another guy, but it's the same way with their expectations. Their expectations are not protected by any contracts, any CC&Rs, or anything like that. They're just expectations they had in their own heads, just like I have expectations in my own head, which I think neither should have any bearing on what city council does today. I think what the city council needs to do today is they need to follow what the ordinances and the laws say, and they say that we can split, and so we should be able to split. So that's what I'm going to be asking you to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, if there are no further questions from council for staff, go ahead.
Mayor, I do. Daniel, can I ask you further? I'm just, maybe I think I heard everything about this private drive, but that's my, so the private drive, 22 feet, that's your understanding?
Yep.
So we're going to divide, if we divide this up into 3 lots, then we have 3 other properties that there may be opportunity to divide. So then we're growing from 4 to, if my math's right, to about 12.
Yes.
Okay. So this private drive is still going to be able to handle that, and there's not going to be any need to be any changes for width, et cetera?
From a traffic standpoint, a 2-lane facility, which 22 feet, assuming if it is a private drive, they could sign it for no parking, so that they don't have parking along there. A 2-lane facility would certainly handle the traffic from a total of 16 units.
And this is going back to the other subdivision also, so we're getting traffic.
So that would be 16 units, including the low-angle subdivision, and if each of these were to split into 3 separate units, that would be a total of 16 units. A 2-lane facility would certainly be able to handle the traffic from that.
And so the reason why, and so it just had to be paved because of this other subdivision going in. That was the reason it needed to be paved. It wasn't widened at that point in time, it was just had to be paved.
It had to be paved based on that. That was the requirement that council and the planning commission put on the low-angle subdivision. They did not require at that time that they widen the entire street out to be a full width of a standard public street, or they just required that it be paved.
Okay, thank you very much, Daniel.
Daniel, Mayor, Council, I had a follow-up question. Maybe Mr. Lowe, I'm sorry I stepped out when he was speaking, but I'm a little confused. So I'm hearing that he's speaking to wanting to do something sounding like it didn't happen, and I'm also seeing that there was an approved request that 4 single lots were allowed on 7.63 acres.
So when we look at that, the original split of this 20-acre piece into 5 5-acre pieces, that was accomplished first. And then they came back in after he had purchased this triangular piece here and requested to divide this into 4 lots that would also access that private drive.
Okay, so just for clarity for me, that was approved and there's 4 lots already built on those 7.63 acres.
There are 4 lots. I don't know how many houses are built in there, but there are some.
Okay, and that's what triggered the paving of the private driveway going in.
That is correct.
Did sidewalk, curb gutter need to be done with the improvement of his property?
Sidewalk curb gutter was not required to be done at that time when they improved those properties in the back.
But if this request was approved, curb gutter sidewalk would be required on the frontage?
The city code has changed from the time those original things went in to now. What would be required of this is to install sidewalk along this frontage on Star. They would not be required to do pavement widening or curb and gutter. They would just have to put in the sidewalk along that section. And that's based on the city code change for the roadway improvements that was adopted this spring.
And we've granted some deferrals, but you're saying because that's the main artery, there's no
There would
deferral.
not be any
Is there
requirement.
sidewalks above and below?
There is,
No
there are
sidewalks
no
at all.
sidewalks
Okay.
currently on Star Road in that area. The Spring Hollows subdivision here and the Silver Star development, when they happen, they will put sidewalks along their frontage. But that would be the only sidewalks out in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other further questions for Daniel or for the applicant? Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Council discussion.
Madam Mayor, fellow council members, I sympathize with all those who testify that they don't want to see this subdivided, but I also balance that with whenever possible, a person should be able to do the things they please with their own property as much as allowable. And there's nothing preventing this subdivision legally. I don't see the problem with what's changed between P and Z and here now that they've made those adjustments. So I'll move that we grant the appeal of the petitioner of Planning and Zoning Commission denial of the subdivision plat short approval.
I'll second that. No, yeah, you can get.
Oh, sorry.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
My concern here is the confusion that the Planning and Zoning Commission had. My preference would be that we remand this back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to make it a clearer path, one that's cleared up, basically at that level before it's brought before us. I won't be supporting the motion simply because I do believe that I will support Planning and Zoning's denial of this. They had reason. I don't know that if there was something here that was unclear to them, I'd rather have them filter through that process before it got back to us, so I won't be supporting the motion.
Madam Mayor. Councilman Haverfield, my understanding, standing from Daniel or from staff, was that this was sent to us with the understanding with these clarifications, we could move forward one way or the other, and I got those clarifications.
Right, I'm glad you did. I didn't. I don't think that it's proper protocol for the P and Z to forward on up to us a mistake that they might have made, because that's what I'm hearing here, is that they didn't get it right, so let's let the city council take care of that issue. I'd rather have it filtered properly before it's brought before us, so that's just my preference, and I'm just one vote.
And I'd like to hear from legal counsel. David.
Just wanted to add, Mayor and Council, appeals on plats to City Council are de novo. So if P and Z, regardless of what evidence they considered and the strength of their consideration, when that comes before council, you are reviewing it as if it had come to you first. So you're free to review evidence outside of the evidence that was originally brought at P and Z. This information doesn't necessitate action either way, but regardless of whether or not a P and Z commission decision met protocol exactly, city council's posture on hearing the application would be the same. It would be de novo. You'd be acting as a body, as if you had come to you first.
Thank you for that clarification, because that's my understanding of the appeal process, is that it's absolutely that. It's an applicant's opportunity or a citizen that comes forward and asks to appeal a process, that it comes fresh to us, and it is the role of council to determine that. So thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
Just a quick
Yes.
clarifying question. I don't know if Darrell or I got the second, but just wanted to note, it was a tie. Tie should go to you. But it included, were there conditions of approval?
With conditions.
Okay, and, okay, I just want to make sure. If I'm the second,
That's
then,
what I have down.
okay, all right.
Final comment that I'd make is I'm fully in favor of larger lots like this. I think this is great. I just am uneasy with the fact that the other property owners were given mixed messages, if that's the case here, and in such a short period of time. That's concerning to me from the standpoint of what council or mentoring process our P&Z staff is giving potential applicants coming forward, or what they're hearing at the planning and zoning level. So that gives me pause. I love the size of the lots. I'd buy one myself, but in this case, I'd still am uneasy with the process that brought it here tonight.
If I recall from testimony, excuse me, Mayor.
No, go ahead.
It sounds like what Mr. Lowe, if I remember, had mentioned that there was conditions that had to be met. So it wasn't like a formal denial at our level. It seems like in consultation with staff, they were told that there were certain conditions that had to be met, and it was up to him whether to proceed or not. So I don't know. I would share the same concerns if there was mixed messages, at least from staff, or an outright denial. But if there are certain conditions and an applicant was encouraged to apply, granted that they met those conditions, it seems like there was good communication, possibly. Of course, some things can be lost in translation, but it seems like what I heard was that there were certain conditions that had to be met from the staff side, and it was up to the applicant whether to proceed or not.
Okay, Mayor Kling, if I might. If that's truly the case, then why was the message that a full road width have to be developed along with infrastructure for utilities for larger, more lots? What stops us now from putting that as a condition of this approval, that the road frontage going back down should be widened to meet that standard, if that truly was what was stated 3 years ago? So all I'm saying is, I don't know that the message was clear. That's my belief. And in the case of those that spoke tonight, they had a message that they were told, and that's what they went with. Now we're being told that that truly wasn't the case. Who made that decision for them? I'm uneasy with the fact that if it was true 3 years ago that a full width was to be required with improvements, why now are we going to allow something less than that as far as to develop more lots in that area? So I would feel more comfortable remanding it back to P&Z for further consideration on what would need to be done. But again, I've already made my point.
Okay, so just a couple comments to that, though. So what was recommended 3 years ago is not even possible today, if I understand correctly, because at the time it was underneath one single owner. Today, that property's been sold. And so it isn't possible for one given owner of 5 acres to cover the cost of the entire improvement. I can't speak to what happened 3 years ago, and in some ways it sounds very unfortunate, but we cannot undo that. And I think my admonition to staff is to really, we wouldn't want that happening again. This could happen, where we were requiring conditions, and then today those same conditions don't have to be met, because I can see that that is very confusing to someone that came before our process internally at the city to do something and did not get to do what had been intended, and now it's happening without the same requirements. So I think we need to take a serious look at our internal process. But today, even if that were the case, we cannot go back and undo it because the property has been sold. It isn't even possible to go there. It's a valid point, but I wouldn't recommend it go back to P&Z because it's an action that would be futile at this time because we can't undo what was done 3 years ago. And so I think that's something we need to take into consideration. I do want to say thank you to those that have testified tonight. Even if the vote does not go in your favor, whichever way this vote goes, I appreciate your concern and your willingness to testify. It's greatly appreciated. So that said, is there any further discussion this evening? And seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Let me make sure clarification that I'm accepting the appeal, so that's a yes vote. Is that correct?
You're agreeing with the applicant, yes.
Yes, okay.
I appreciate the concern because the double negative can happen, right? It'd be confusing. Yeah.
Levi? No. Haverfield?
No.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
And Scott.
Yes.
So is that a 3 yeses, 2 nos? So it does pass, and they've approved the appeal. So, okay. So that is the conclusion of item 6.2 on the agenda. We have one more public hearing this evening. Item 6.3 on the agenda is an action item, and this is the vacation of the road right-of-way at the amended plat of Elmwood Place Edition lying between Lot B, 523 18th Avenue North, and Lot C, 611 18th Avenue North for Lamilla and Victor Dudleya. I'm probably messing up the last name.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Would you need a task driver?
I am
2 hours and
so
45
sorry.
minutes.
I think that's a request for a break.
Yes, ma'am.
And Bruce, thank you for reminding me.
I'm here for you.
I know. Thank you. So you know what? That is a request, and I apologize for you waiting, but because we've been here since 5, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. We'll try to resume very quickly, so we'll try to be fast because I know we've got staff waiting.
if you're interested, I definitely want to include you.
I think Brian just turned the heat, changed it, so it quits blowing. Now we're gonna all fall asleep. My coffee gets cold fast. Are you cold?
No, I like cold. It keeps you awake. Plus I sweat.
Thank you. I think we're ready to go. So we're ready for item 6.3 on the agenda. And this, again, is the vacation of the road right-of-way of the amended plat for Elmwood Place Edition, lying between Lot 523 18th Avenue North, Lot B, and Lot C, 611 18th Avenue North for Ludmilla, and Victor, is it Dudleya? And are you here? Hi, I'll let you say your names better than I just did. Okay, good. Thank you. So this is an opportunity for the applicant to come forward, which would be yourselves, to tell us what you're needing to accomplish. And then if this is your first time here, so you get to come forward and tell us what you're wanting to accomplish. Go ahead and give your name and then your address.
I'm a little bit nervous, sorry guys.
And that's perfectly fine.
So my name's Michael Dudleya. I'm the son. We live on 523 17th Avenue North, Nampa, Idaho. My bad, 18th. Well, 18th is the house that we're remodeling. Initially what happened was we went to the city. We got approved to do a remodel on that. Everything was good. And then we also we're going to build a garage and add it up to the house. We have like the work permit right here, and then that's also the foundation was approved by the by the city. And then I guess what happened was prior to us buying that property, our owner on the right, she's a senior citizen. They had somehow taken just a little bit over. So what we did was we measured from their property line over, and then we built our foundation. And pretty much what's going on is we got a whole bunch of complaints and stuff. So we were building the house, we're remodeling it, and then we got a work order to stop the construction. It's in here somewhere. Maybe on the back here, I don't know.
I'll take your word for it.
Okay, yeah, sorry. We have a whole bunch of building material out there, and that's kind of what's just stopped everything. Is we're not allowed to continue the garage because I guess it was a little bit over, because our senior citizen that lives to the right of us, what happened was, I guess they probably didn't know either, but they just took a little bit of land also, so we just measured from there. And all I gotta say is that our whole neighborhood, our whole community is just very nice. It's super friendly, you know what I mean? And all we're trying to do is just kind of liven up the place. Yeah, that's just kind of what stopped us right now, and we're just trying to get it done. So what we're asking for is, I was watching some of the other hearings and such. I believe that there's a city rule that the easement could be split in half. And like I was saying, you know what I mean, we have no problem with that. If you guys would allow that for the easement to be split in half so that just the opposing party could get their half of it too, just so that we can just continue the construction, finish everything up, bring the neighborhood back up to order, and just make everybody happy, make everything look good. And that's just pretty much all we're here for.
Okay, and then did you get you got a building permit, and you started,
Yes, right here in 2016.
and the foundation is in?
The foundation was in, and it got approved also by the city.
Okay. And when was that?
I don't know, they didn't put the year on here, but it's just, I don't know if.
Was it just recently done, the foundation?
No, it was done, I believe around a year and a half ago, I'm not too sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
So, council, do we have any questions at this time for Michael? Okay, So in the public hearing, as you just saw, staff will give a report, then we're going to open it up for public hearing, and then you can listen to what everybody has to say, and then you can come back at the end, and you'll get to close. So we'll have you back.
Okay.
So thank you so
guys very
much.
much.
Thank you. We'll see you in just a minute. Norm?
Yes, Mayor and Council, the request here is for the vacation of a old alley right-of-way that's never been built. That they apparently started the foundation of this garage addition in a portion of that right-of-way. So the need is to vacate the right-of-way so that they can officially proceed. And I don't know when that was found out, but apparently the building department at some point realized it based on the neighbors' discussion. And so that prompted their application for this vacation to clear that out. And he's right, it's not an easement, it's a right-of-way. I guess you could call it an easement too, but it's a right-of-way of an alley, 25 feet wide, and I think it's about 90 feet long. And you can see that on the description right here. This is the old plat. As I put on here in red, this is 17th Avenue North on this side, this is 18th Avenue North on this side. These parcels in between have been split up, but this is the alley area that was platted that they need to vacate in order to properly build that garage on their own property. And it would actually be split to the neighbor to the north, between them and the neighbor to the north. And the zoning is RD2 family, medium density residential on the comp plan. And the purpose, again, as he indicated, to complete the construction of the garage on this foundation that they previously had built. And the neighbor to the north at 611, the owner's name is Chris Colliganen. I don't know whether he still lives there, but he still owns it. Or he or she, excuse me. I'm sorry. Appreciate that. So in any event, that is the request. It was originally, the alley was originally platted. You can see there an aerial photograph that kind of shows the location between the two properties, right there. It was built or platted in 1906, so that alley's been around a long time, but never built. There's no utilities in that area, so it does make sense to allow it to be vacated and split between the two owners and be able to utilized in some fashion. This shows kind of a street view from the 18th Avenue south side, or Avenue north side. The vacation area is shown there in the white. You know, the property lines are through here somewhere. I think this is the property line on this side, and the other property line is over here somewhere. So that's the alley area that would be vacated and split between the two properties. And that's kind of a bird's eye view, and that shows it with the zoning. Again, one of the issues here, we have not received the consent to vacate from the property owner to the north. And the applicant was advised that that is a requirement of the law, that they give their consent in order for the neighbor to allow that to be vacated and split between the two of them. And so that was one question that we raised. You know, we haven't yet received that statement of consent from that property owner. It sounds like she is here and can speak to how she feels about splitting that and receiving part of it as a split of the right-of-way. And so this is the process that determines, you know, whether that can be split, how the process to create that opportunity for the applicant to take ownership of that portion they want to build on. So that's the question, or the motion. The staff recommends that any approval of this course should be conditioned on that proper consent. Otherwise, it shouldn't be vacated because the law doesn't allow it. So,
Could you, if you don't mind me asking, could you go back to the photo and show us where the foundation is and which,
you know,
there was
I
a,
don't know, well, I can maybe show you generally where that is.
on this one, yeah? So,
I think the foundation is down in here somewhere.
for the garage?
Yeah, and it crosses over into the right-of-way vacation area, and partially on their property and partially on the right-of-way vacation area. But it would still have adequate setback if that was split between the two owners. They would have adequate setback from that property line that was created with the split of the right-of-way. That's been determined.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Norm, does 17th Avenue North dead end?
Yes, it does.
So fire engine, I can see the original idea was that that alleyway or the roadway would be a place where a fire engine can roll through and come back out onto to 18th.
Yeah,
But that's never been the case, so fire engine access back to that.
you can see it a little better on this, perhaps.
So if,
There is kind of a turnaround there of sorts, but I don't know how the fire department would relate to that.
You'll have an opportunity to during the public hearing, and so then you can come up and speak at that time.
So, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, you are correct. The 17th Avenue is named 17th Avenue. It is the width of a alley. It is not developed with curb gutter and sidewalk. It is just a 20-foot alleyway within there. The original plat did have that coming out here. This portion of that alleyway has never been developed. The fire department did provide a memo stating that they did not have any issue with the vacation as they do not currently have access and we're not looking to develop that access.
but they would have to still fight a fire back there,
They would just have to back out.
and the chief's aware of that.
I assume the chief is aware of that based on the fire department staff's comments in the packet.
Okay, I'll read that. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Norm? Thank you, Norm.
Yeah, Norm.
Yes.
So on like a deed, where's the lot line for the property owners? Because earlier it was said that they're developing on their property and then you need a vacation of the right of way. So
The lot line would be down the center of the 25 feet, so they'd each get 12 and a half feet of that alley. And that's where their common line would be.
okay. And so this plat was 1906 for that.
The original
right?
plat, yes, that created that alley right away.
Okay. During it sounds like there was already some investment made, and then the stop order or whatever, was that issued by the city building?
I believe
That was
so,
being
yes.
referred to.
Yes, that's what it looked like, a city-issued building stop work.
Based on the technicality that they, so technically they weren't given approval to build there, or they were given approval to build there? So I want
Well, I did not research
clarification on
that
that.
angle.
Okay.
I was not aware of that there was even a stop work on it.
Okay. Or Patrick has his hand up.
I don't think Patrick's here. Mayor,
He is.
Yeah, Patrick had his hand up.
you want to take that one then?
Mayor and council, this project started many years ago. The original project, the original permit was actually for the front addition to the home. And when we first started going out for inspection for that, we realized that the garage was being built, I believe, and I don't believe we had a valid permit for the garage in that location. And so then the property owner came in, talked to planning, we're trying to work out a deal. That's been quite a long time ago, and now it's resurfaced again. The other thing is the permit has expired, and some of the building materials have been out there for so long, we're going to have to evaluate whether or not some of the OSB on the exterior of the addition would need to be replaced. So that's what I know about it. See, that there's the, so basically, we put a stop work order on it in that shape when we realized that the foundation was kicked too far over on the backside of the lot, because the first permit, and the only permit I believe we have issued, is for the front addition, which has not been completed.
So when you say the permit expires even on the front addition,
There was, I don't believe we had a permit. I think we stopped work on the garage saying, hey, this is in the wrong place.
Okay.
We need to sort this out. And then it went dormant for quite a long time, and it's been revived. And I don't know if the property changed hands, if that's what, but I don't know why it laid dormant for a while with no action to it, and now it's coming before you tonight.
So tonight's action would not alter in any way the front addition?
I would have to research. I don't believe so. I believe we have a valid permit for that front. I think it's really the garage.
It's just the
portion in
garage?
back- in
Is
the
that,
back.
okay.
So, but I would have to verify that. I don't have the drawings in front of me. We looked at it during the staff report and we gave a little bit of input,
Okay.
so.
If there are no further questions, this is a public hearing, and this is an opportunity for the public to give testimony. So we have a couple people signed up in support of and a couple in opposition to. We'll start with those in support, and Chris Collignon? Collignon. Thank you. And Chris, I see your address at 611 18th Avenue North. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I don't know how to use this.
You can use the pointer.
All right, so I live at 611 18th Avenue North. This is my property here, and this is the alleyway that they want to vacate, and then the property that wants to build a garage. And the reason that I'm here tonight is I'm not opposed to what they want to do, but I'm concerned because this property here started, and they started in my remembrance with the garage. And they poured the foundation. But before they did that, they came out here and they tried cutting my fence down in the middle of the night at midnight. And I caught her out there, and I have dogs, and I asked her what she's doing, and she wanted to move the property line over so she could build a garage. And then out here, I have concrete post with cable. And all that concrete post was there when I bought the property 13 years ago. And she came out and dug up all of them, 2 of them, I think, 2 or 3, I can't remember actually, and removed my concrete blocks and my cable, and I never seen the material. So I don't know what happened to it. So my concern is, and some of the questions I had have been answered, is that if it is vacated, it would be split, and that's fine. I would like to know who would be surveying the property lines to make sure they're correct. And there is and the easement was for the power company, which they have a telephone pole right there that runs right down supposedly her property line, and they are correct. The neighbor on this side took more of their land, so she wanted to take more of this side here to build her garage. So there is a power line right there, and I'd like to know who would be taking that down, because the garage she wants to build and the foundation that's right there runs underneath the power line. So can you build underneath the power line? Would be my question. I'm going to see if I have any other questions here before I walk away. Again, in regards to lot lines, I want to make sure that this stays accurate at 125 plus the 12.5. I'm okay with that. And I'm assuming she'll need to get a permit for the garage. And like I said, that permit for the garage was authorized and given to them before anybody went out and located where her property lines were. So again, that needs to be established before she starts building, because the city made a mistake, building department made a mistake in giving her a permit to build on easement. And the property line out here, she's building in front, and I believe she received a permit for that, but that's been 2 or 3 years ago. And I don't know if I don't think you can have a permit that long. I think it has to be renewed every 60 days or so. Let's see what else. I guess one of the other concerns I have is that I don't want her coming out and realigning my property line. I want to get that surveyed correctly.
And then, will there be a timeline on building that garage? Like I said, this house here's been under construction for 3 years. How long is it gonna take to build the garage?
And I think we're at our 30 seconds, so I'd give
Okay.
you a quick heads up.
Oh, and I did have my property up for sale this summer, and getting this resolved would help me in selling the property, because it's just, it was an issue, absolutely an issue. So, yeah, I'm gonna leave it up to you guys what you decide, but those were my concerns.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Norm?
I think it would be appropriate, Mayor, if she was asked if she would consent. She has.
Okay, and so, as per norm, would you consent to the vacation of this easement?
With conditions.
With the conditions, and the conditions are that it is accurately surveyed.
Accurately surveyed, who takes care of the power pole being taken down, or if the power has to go underground. Yeah, who would be paying?
Who incurs the cost of the survey?
Yeah, and
is
to
the
make sure
question.
that nobody's trespassing and taking property that doesn't belong to them, because that's been an issue for many years now. So I'd really love to get that resolved, so. Any other questions? Good, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And staff has made note of, I think your support team, I don't think is here, Rodney and Christie, so you've made note of their requested conditions, which is the survey and the power. Okay.
There's questions we have on that request, however, is that typically these
Go ahead.
vacations, we don't, the city does not conduct surveys on those.
Correct.
It's just a split of the, I guess does the city create the legal description on these? How does that work?
Good thing you're here, Daniel. Okay.
On a vacation of this nature, there would typically not be a meets and bounds legal description. The description would be more general in the nature of the alley located between lot and block X and lot and block X to be vacated, and then we would give some general dimensions of it's this long by approximately this wide, and that's what would typically be in the ordinance. On more complex vacations where there's strange deviations to those lines, similar to the one we had on 11th Avenue or Industrial Avenue, where there were 5 different property owners getting different pieces of the alleys, and it wasn't very straightforward. The applicant was required to provide meets and bounds descriptions. It's not something that is typically required of something of this nature, though it certainly could be a requirement, a condition that the applicant of that hire a surveyor, have meets and bounds descriptions done, and have pins set for those new property lines. That would be something that the council could place a condition on. I would recommend, if that is something you want to do, that the ordinance be, third reading of the ordinance be held until those descriptions had been accomplished and staff had verified that those legal, those survey pins and monuments had been placed.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and the next person signed up is Greg. Same, thank you. And Greg, you are also at?
No, I'm at
Okay.
1190 Savage Drive, Boise, Idaho.
Okay.
And Chris pretty much addressed everything that I had questions on, but I'm going to go back, reiterate back to the issue of her trying to sell her property. Okay, so I respectfully disagree with the comment that those plat lines are somewhat arbitrary, because they are arbitrary right now, and she's had some issues trying to even get this thing. She had gone to the city with this existing plat map, and there the city said that this is not an accurate plat map. So I guess what I would do is I would recommend to Chris that she stands by the conditions that, and unfortunately, I seem to be the financial institution that helps her out when it comes to these processes, and I'm not very interested in having to pay for a survey and have new pins done when the request of this abatement is from another party. So until the decision is made on property lines and who is going to pay for that survey. And again, that power line issue, unless that something's changed on that, I think there is an ordinance that you cannot construct a house or a building over a power line. And so if that power line has to be moved, who has to pay for that power line being moved? And like I said, the survey. So other than that, like I said, I'm either here opposed or for the process.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and then, Michael, you had signed up. Is there someone else from your family that had wanted, you're welcome to speak again. There may be, is there anyone else from your family that wanted to speak this evening? Yes. And thank you for noting your name and your address.
My name is Irina Psechnikov, and I'm just speaking on behalf of my sister, Ludmila Dudley. And I'm the one who went through all this process, went through fire department and power and the city's utilities. And they said there's no problem by building a garage next to the power line, and it wouldn't touch any of the power lines. So it's just gonna stay there, just the way it is. And the fire department said that they're not gonna use that easement because there's a fence right at the back, and plus there's the power line that they're not gonna just go over that. So I don't think that that's an issue by building continue, getting that 6 feet of that easement, to finish the building garage.
Okay, and Irina, I failed to get your address. What is your address?
Oh, I'm 3906 South Raintree Drive, Nampa, Idaho, 83687.
Thank you. And if I interrupted it, was there anything else that you wanted to share?
Oh, that's just information that I gather from all the utilities and fire department, and didn't have any problem. That why would I have it? This subdivision is very old, and the property lines were just off, and the neighbors right next to them, old lady, she built her like either garage or storage right on that actually on their property line. So because we don't want to move the property line and ask her to move her fence and her storage, but she needed the one that she lost that 6 feet to the neighbor. All she need just move a little bit the other side to finish her building. And what my thing is just it wouldn't be any issue with any neighbors or any power line. And the survey, as the neighbor was saying, that who's paying, the survey is pretty expensive. I went through the survey, and they said that it's going to cost about $2,500 to do the survey, but it's very expensive. So, and city council doesn't want to do any survey because that's not their concern. But thank you for your time.
I have a question. The neighbor had mentioned, I saw some emotional reaction in the back. It's not totally relevant to this, but she had said that her fence was taken down and there's some other posts that were dealt with. Do you know what happened?
I actually don't.
Okay.
Maybe Michael will be able to comment that.
Okay.
But thank you for your time.
Thank you. So we had a couple of other people signed up to testify. Virginia McCardell. And Virginia, I believe you're speaking in opposition to. And the address that we have on record is 615 18th Avenue North. Is that correct? Great.
Can we leave this picture up?
Yes.
We've lived in this area for 23 years. We worked and retired here, and we're really happy with it. We have small little homes that were built in 1933. Our homes range around 185, 190. And then we have somebody come in and build this that doesn't even fit in our neighborhood. Now, but you'll see where, my daughter owned this property before Chris purchased it. And right here, you can see the corner of Chris's, this is Chris's fence now that it's been moved back. Previously, it was right here. And what I object to is people that come in the middle of the night and peel your fence back without a legal recourse. This is a narrow street. We don't have sidewalks. We don't have curb and gutter. And the property owners have been really okay with that. We've made allowances on our own property to park our own vehicles and not to be a problem to our neighbors or park out onto the pavement and block the roadway. People have moved in and find that it's no problem to encroach on their neighbors. And that's my biggest concern. I've watched activity in the middle of the night of this place being built upon. So that's my objection. If you're gonna do it right, do it within authority and within code. That's my main concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Jerry? Oh, excuse me.
Mayor
Yes.
and council, if I may, just real quickly. As with a lot of public hearings that come before this body, there are a number of issues related to a human interaction going on. But I would just remind you that what we're looking at here today is a vacation. And the facts that are relevant to this hearing are those that are relevant to whether the vacation of this right-of-way is in the public interest.
I appreciate your comment. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So, Jerry McCardle, and I think you reside at 615 18th Avenue North also. Yes.
I'm just gonna say that there's nothing that has been built on that property that's been done during daylight hours. Most of the work that happens on that property is done after dark. They've moved, they just upped their fence and moved it in the middle of the night. Chris woke up the next day and the fence was moved. They pulled up posts in the middle of the night. They just do whatever they want. There's no regard for neighbors. There's no regard for anything other than what we want to do. This is what we're gonna do, and you're in our way, so we're just gonna move you. And that's been the whole attitude. It's a neighborhood bully, and I expect retaliation for tonight. I know that sometime in the near future, I'm gonna be retaliated for standing here and talking to you. But that's what I had to say.
And Mr. McCardle, thank you. As legal just shared, we do have to tonight, we're focused on a given issue, and that we can't quite resolve this other issue. So tonight, our responsibility, and Doug, thank you for that comment. Is it Karen Dahl? And Karen, I see your address is 615 18th Avenue North. Your mailing address, okay.
Hi, Mayor. I'm severely underdressed. I just came from work. I apologize.
You're fine.
As the city attorney has stated, this is a legal matter with the vacation of the easement. If it's something that Chris is willing to do, I sold the house to Chris 13 years ago. There were the concrete posts there. I was witness to the concrete posts being taken up at night and was come after with a shovel. That is a legal matter. I did record the incident happening, but I told them that's not yours. Don't take it. They came after that son came after me with a shovel. So I would just, I think, ask, in the matter of keeping it legal, that it is granted that it has to be measured and that it has to be, shown where those property lines are, because it is obviously a fight over where those property lines are, because those property lines are being taken. So I think I would just ask that it be upon whoever has to pay that, because it's becoming I'm sorry, I'm really nervous. Since it's becoming a controversy and a dispute, it's becoming fiery. So I would just ask that be plotted out at whoever's expense it needs to be, because if they can afford to obviously continue to build, and then that's something that has to come along with building, is getting it zoned out. So thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. So at this time, we don't have anyone else that has signed up to testify. Is there anyone this evening that had intended to testify on this matter that has not had the opportunity to do so? Yes. You go ahead, and you would have to come forward and speak at the mic. It's okay, you can do it. I know it makes people nervous, but in order to speak, we have to come to the mic. And please share your name and your address.
My name is Irma Lara, and my address is 604 18th Avenue North. It's in front of them. And I never hear anything in the night. I see them working so hard for this house. When they have the permit during the winter, they working during the day, even sometimes it's snowing. So I don't think these people have problems with anybody in the neighborhood. I never heard nothing about them. So I just want to say, for me, they are good people, and I just want to testify on favor of them. I live in there for 13 years in front of them, and I never see the alley, never, because before we have another neighbors, and they have the garage. They haven't in that place in this side. I don't know if I don't remember it is close to the electric pole or line. I don't know. They have a garage over there, and like in my house, we have a driveway that we share with our neighbors, and I'm already have 3 neighbors in these 13 years. And I don't have any problems with them. So I just want to speak for them in favor of them. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
And you were nervous, and you did a great job. You were great. Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended? Yes. You know what, hang on just a second. So we have someone that wants to speak, so we'll let them speak. And then I'll have to ask legal, I don't believe, so I'm seeing a head shaking no. So go ahead.
Yeah, Mayor and Council, no, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, the procedure for a public hearing is the applicant speaks, members of the public are given time to speak, and the applicant isn't given a chance to rebut. But we need to keep the record safe by continuing within that format.
Thank you. Okay, so the individual that raised their hand, okay? In other words, every person gets one opportunity to speak. Okay, thank you for starting with your name and your address.
My name is Elvira Dublia, and my address is 523 17th Avenue North. And so I would like to just clarify, my mom said she did not move the fence, but with the easement, my mom, I heard that it was said that she had specifically, intentionally put the garage, the foundation there. She does have a permit to pour the foundation. She does have that with her. And she did not intentionally just put it into the easement. What happened was, as stated previously, the neighbor to the right did take 7 feet of her land. And so when she was measuring her 90 by 90, she started from her fence where she thought that property line was. That's why she had started so far out into the easement. That's where that came about. So I just wanted to clarify. And from what I remember, the other lady had part of the easement fenced in already. She was already utilizing that area. So I just wanted to clarify.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, is there anyone else that had intended to testify that did not get signed up this evening? Okay, seeing none. Council, do you have any questions? Well, actually, it's the opportunity for the applicant. So this is where the applicant has an opportunity to come back with any final closing comments.
So I just wanted to start by saying that I'm just gonna lay down just a couple more facts. You guys are on the council for a reason. You got appointed to it, and at the end of the day, it's your decision. So as my sister was saying, we did get actually a map from the city, and it did show that.
Would you like to, Norm, could you put that on the overhead for him, please?
So yeah, as you can see, there's already that fence line. That's where it's currently at. And as she was saying, if we do have to hire a surveyor and whatever's going to make the process quicker, because as our neighbor was saying, and you can ask any of our other neighbors, you know what I mean? My mom just has a really good heart. We're always helping everybody else and just trying to keep the community as good as it is. And with them saying that the house doesn't fit in, I don't understand why they would feel like that. We're just trying to renovate it, you know what I mean, make everything look better. So I did actually find the, right here, the order to stop. We did receive that. So that's why, as they were saying, maybe there wasn't any construction being done on it, is because of that holdup. So we're just waiting for that, trying to get everything cleared up. But yeah, so that's where the line is, and then that's where the line that, so as you can see, our other neighbor, did put her fence right there, the 7 feet. But like I was saying, we would rather, honestly, if we could, just get a little piece of that in easement, because, you know, it's a senior citizen. We have a very good relationship with her, and we wouldn't want to upturn that at all. We would just, whatever's the best route, you know what I mean? I'm gonna let you guys decide that. That's what we're all here for. And like Irina was saying, so we went through the fire department, all the Idaho Power, or the utility companies, and they mostly cleared everything. They don't have a problem with it. Like you guys were saying, also in 1906 is when they were planning for that alleyway, and it was never installed. Nothing was ever done. So yeah, like I'm saying, just whatever would make this process go quicker, you know what I mean? Because it's a friendly neighborhood. It's nice. Everyone's friends with each other. Everybody helps each other out. So we're just trying to get done with it as quick as possible.
So Mayor, if I may ask a question. So am I hearing that if a condition is laid down for a survey, that you'd be willing to do that, to pay for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If that's what they decide, and that's what we have to do. And like I was saying, just, you know what I mean, to split the easement evenly, if that's what's gonna happen. Their fence is currently right there. So if we do have to pay for a surveyor to get everything done correctly, then we'll, yeah.
Okay.
If that's what it is, then yeah, we will.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mayor
Thank you
Kling,
very much. Okay, so
Can
Councilman
you,
Haverfield?
can you show us where the foundation is currently placed?
So, to my best knowledge, the foundation is right along the line of where the old garage used to be, maybe a couple feet over.
So that garage is no longer there?
That garage is no longer there. Yeah, we demoed it. Yep.
Okay, can you show us then where the easement actually lies? Is it,
So it's that line right there.
that's your side of it, and then the
So-
other, opposite side of it now
Opposite
is,
side is further along into their property. That's where their property line is right now on that fence.
So the fence is in the center of the easement now?
Pretty much correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
It was mentioned earlier that you measured 90 feet and that there was an initial sort of understanding of where that line might be. Where was that?
So it would have been 90 feet from that fence. And so that right there is currently still there, the fence to our other neighbor's house. And it's just a straight shot. So it's literally just barely kissing the easement. Like it's maybe a foot.
So that fence is still up north. Is that a wood fence or?
This fence right here.
Yeah.
So the plastic part is right there, and then we also built a plastic fence to connect it to our other neighbors. But that right there is not there currently, no.
Mayor Kling.
Okay.
Follow-up question. The fence then that's on the opposite side, is it not on the property line?
This fence?
No, the other side of your house. So you say you came off 90 feet.
Oh, this right here.
Is that not on the property line then?
It's not. Like my sister was saying earlier, so apparently our other neighbor didn't know that her property line ended right there. So she went over 7 feet. And
So-
like I was saying, she's a senior citizen, you know what I mean? She's a very good neighbor, so we would rather honestly just leave it as it is and just let her have it. You know, she's been living there for 40 years, so.
That's all well and good, but obviously if she's encroaching on your property, it needs to be, I think if a survey's done, you need to place the pins all the way around your property so that you know what you own and what you don't own. And what somebody else might be encroaching on. So if that house ever sells, that's
Okay, I see what you're
taken
saying.
care of, so you get that back, or you get compensated for the ground that you've been given up this time.
Okay, yeah, that's completely understandable, 100%, yeah.
Only in the event if the properties sell, that's why that's important.
Yep.
Currently, you wouldn't have to do a
For the
thing, but
next
it's good to
person,
know.
yeah.
Yeah. Are there any further questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes?
I have a question for
I'm-
staff.
real quickly, before the applicant goes, we have seen a couple items that he's shown us that are not in the packet. And so if we could get copies of those, we've got the one picture there. We've seen a red stop work order and a yellow stop work order. And so if we could get those copied so we can have them.
Thank you.
in the official
Daniel, do
record,
you
that'd
mind
be great.
making copies of those? Thank you, thank you.
Yellow one's actually the permit.
Okay. So, thank you, Doug. Councilman
I have a
Haverfield.
question for staff, though.
Okay, okay, so, yes, thank you.
Just for clarification, Norm? Under special information, it does state that public utilities, no existing city street facilities or utilities are situated in the vacation area, nor does it appear that Idaho Power, ITD, or other public utilities have facilities. Now, there's a power pole. Is that along the frontage of whatever street that is, or is it go back through the alleyway? It spans through the alley, the vacation area?
Idaho Power was notified, and we did not receive a response from them, so I don't know.
So this is a false statement then? Because it appears that Idaho Power then does use that as far as a pathway for their overhead lines.
Yeah, there is an overhead line there, whether it's at the edge of that alley or in the alley.
Can you go to the ground level view and pull that up?
Well, this is basically the view right here that he brought up.
So where's the power line?
I think the power line's right in there.
So the power line's on their property line.
It's right on the edge of that right-of-way.
Okay, so it's not in the easement area. So dealing with Idaho Power would be incumbent on this property owner, not on the adjacent property owner, since it's not in the easement area. So the dedication of additional property to both sides wouldn't have anything to do with Idaho Power needing to be notified from the standpoint of using that easement. But I guess wouldn't Idaho Power need to be made aware of this?
They were made aware of it.
Okay.
Yeah, we notified them. We did not receive a response, and apparently the applicant's family or family member notified them as well.
So that overhead line services the properties to whatever, the,
Mayor,
Okay.
Mayor.
I'm losing.
Yes, hang on just, so, and Doug, thank you. I think I know where you're going, but please do. Please do.
So at this point, while the public testimony has not been officially closed, the applicant has given their rebuttal, and so we need to keep our conversation between council and staff at this point. And it'd probably be
Correct.
most appropriate to close the public testimony portion of this and then proceed with conversations with staff.
So moved.
Thank
I'll
you.
close the public hearing.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so with that, just so the public knows, the public hearing is closed, and we closed it only, the public cannot come speak from the audience. And so the conversation does need to stay between council now and staff. And Doug, thank you for keeping us in line tonight. You're doing a great job, and it's appreciated. I appreciate that support, so thank you.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So can I get Patrick to come up and I can ask a question as far as relative to the building of a structure underneath an overhead power line?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, it depends on the type of easement and if they're, that Idaho Power has. Sometimes you have an overhead easement, sometimes you have easement, and they'll want everything underneath it as well.
So-
Similar to easements that the city has granted at the Idaho Center and other city properties,
So would it be your opinion that the vacation area would have been an alley? You wouldn't have a power pole in the center of an alleyway, so that's why it's offset on this property. That there would be an additional easement that would run along that section of their other property line prior to this vacation taking place, that would have to be honored for Idaho Power?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, that would be an assumption and then it would have to be verified
So you would not allow a foundation to be built over an easement?
until it was verified if the easement was present or not.
Okay, but it sounds like there's an overhead line there, so something needs to be honored, so. with that-
Right. What we would likely do on this project is we would want to have them reapply. This has been expired for quite a long time. And the site plan would have to be regenerated with, showing the appropriate property lines, verified, and then verifying any easements that might be on the property. So then we could verify the buildable area for the garage.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd like to follow up with a question, though. It sounds as though, and I would like for someone to look at the building permit, it sounds like the city has already issued a building permit for the foundation of the garage. I'd like to I think that's really important.
Mayor, I need to actually go back in our system and look for that. This was issued prior than our current permit system.
And then, is anyone looking at,
I've got a building permit from 2016, and so I would have to go back and research this. From my recollection, which is fairly foggy, is that a permit was issued. I know it was issued at least for the addition. I don't know if it was issued for the garage, if the garage was included. And then I know that then there was a dispute over where the property line was. And then it came to light that there was an existing alley. And there were several meetings between planning staff and I believe both owners on both sides. And then it just went away for a while.
Okay.
So now it's back.
so just another question, then Councilman Haverfield, and I don't know if this is out of line, but I'm concerned that the city would have issued a building permit and then you've got a foundation in, and then we can retract that. That's really awkward for a homeowner to be issued, and then tonight to be making a decision. But tonight's decision is about the vacation of a right-of-way. It's not about a building permit. So the interaction between these two is somewhat interesting. So you've got two issues here, and we only have one on the table tonight, and that is the real issue, even aside from the overhead easement. Am I correct? That the question tonight is vacation of easement, and if we choose to.
And that's what
That-
I was just gonna cut to the chase
to the
and say,
chase.
all
Let's
we're
get right
talking
there.
about is the alley right-of-way, basically being vacated. It has nothing to do with, you've already stated that the foundation, you're gonna have to revisit that anyway since it's lapsed, but whatever.
And Mayor and Council, you also have to understand that this historically, if you looked at Google Maps back then, it would have shown the old garage that was still there at that time. So there was already a structure existing on property that was a non-vacated alley at that point.
Right. So, thank you. So the issue at hand tonight is that the request is the vacation of road right-of-way in this amended plat of this particular addition. And I believe what I have heard is the potential request for a survey to be done at the expense of the owner requesting the right-of-way. Are we allowed to put that condition upon an approval?
Mayor, so, and council, two things. First, I'm not seeing anything in Idaho code specifically saying who the obligation for a survey would be on. I think it sort of operates under the assumption that we kind of know where the lines are. So that is a little awkward. I do want to clarify, this is a little bit different than some vacations insofar as the alleyway has not been used or opened for a long period of time. And so the consent requirement for adjoining property owners doesn't come into play if the area has not been open for a period of 5 years and if they have access to their property from another public right-of-way, which both are present in this case. So the hard consent requirement is not here. That is not to say that the conditions they requested are unreasonable or shouldn't be adopted. That would be a separate question. But in this instance, I don't believe that consent from the adjoining property owner is required to vacate this right-of-way.
That's very important to this. Thank you.
So if I heard you right, consent is not required?
The consent of the adjoining property owner is not required because, one, it hasn't been opened in the previous 5 years, and two, there's access to the property from other public rights-of-way.
And I know the issue is just the vacation of the right of way, but I don't want to obligate the neighbor to receiving a bill or being obligated to have to pay for half a survey cost to specify what the line is. So maybe you've noticed maybe the hang up of some of us, I don't know, maybe just me.
Mayor, Councilman Hogaboom. So yes, the obligation for consent from adjoining property owners is a separate issue from what conditions will be placed on the vacation. So there have been conditions requested. The consent is not required, so you're not obliged to go with those conditions. But whether or not you like those conditions is a separate issue. And I'm not seeing anything specifically that would keep you from placing a condition for a survey on it. Again, it's a little odd because we should know where the line is. And so I don't know if it's necessary, and that might be a better question for other members of staff as to whether or not we could get an accurate read on where the line is.
So that would maybe be required, but if I heard right, they would have to pull a permit again, request a permit. There's still setback requirements, right, for a garage based on city code, right, 5 feet from the line. The line would have to be established.
Yes, Mayor, Councilman Hogaboom. Yes, we have to know where the line is. What I don't know is whether or not we know based on current pins or whether a survey is required. Again, I'm not seeing within the Idaho Code a specific designation of who's obligated to have the survey paid for, because again, I think the code is written on the presumption that we'd have pins and know where the lines were.
Mayor Kling, I think Patrick wants to come up and clear up that issue.
Mayor and council, given the age of the plat of this property and there may not be pins available, we would need an accurate survey to place a property line because this structure is going to be close enough to the property line. The determination of exactly how close is going to determine whether or not you need to fire rate the walls, if there needs to be a fire separation, and then also we need to be able to, we would have to have written verification from Idaho Power that there's no easement. We're not going to rely on hearsay for that issue. So either way, whether council requires it, ultimately the building department would require it
Right.
going forward.
That's
Thank
the
you.
point I was going to make, that when the plans come back through to him, they're going to have to prove where the lot lines are. So it'd become incumbent on the development. Mayor
Okay.
Kling, I'm ready to make
Thank
a
you.
motion.
Please do.
I'm ready to, well, I would make a motion to allow the vacation of the right-of-way with an understanding that it does not approve the foundation that's currently there. And that that's really all that we're granting tonight is the vacation of the alley right-of-way in the amended plat of Elmwood Place addition as proposed. There are no conditions.
And then as far as the survey, that's not part of your motion.
That'd be when they came back for the building permit, is when they would take care of that.
I'll second that with a question.
Yeah,
Okay.
no question.
And I would follow up, but that falls in line, I think, with what Daniel was saying. Is normally they don't require
Right.
a plat to be done when they vacate it because it's assumed that it's the center line of the road, and that's what we're basically allowing here. But when the development takes place, that's when the survey would be done.
And Patrick, that's confirmation from you, just repeat what you just said. So that's what Councilman Haverfield said is what you agree with, that when the development comes about, then a survey would be done. And then the developer, in this case, the applicant would be, the cost would be on them. Is that correct? Okay, thanks.
And so the request for the vacation of the right-of-way, to be very clear, we are not specifying who that property goes to. Right? So the motion is not a vacation of the right-of-way to the applicant.
So,
Split both ways.
Yeah, but we're not specifying where the split is.
Right,
But we're also not.
I'll let legal answer that.
sorry, Mayor and Councilman Hoagman and Council, under Idaho code, the default is a middle split. And the governing body can change that if public interest so demand, but the default is a middle split.
And that would be my motion.
Okay, so it's
have a
been
second?
moved and seconded. And is there any additional discussion from council? Seeing none, roll call.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Gog?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, that concludes our public hearings. And at this time, we are going to go back to, Tom, I'm going to have you wait on your staff report, if you don't mind. I'm going to put VRT on ahead of you. So we'll come back to staff communications. We're going to move to new business, and we'll pause for just a second while everyone gets settled. And actually, Tom, do you want to introduce our discussion? So I'm going to let Tom introduce our discussion. And we're on new business, item 5.1 on the agenda, and this is the discussion of Valley Regional Transit budget. And I believe you guys have the document in your packet. And Tom is going to introduce a comment, and I'll let you
Yes.
start, and I'll fill in.
Mayor, Council, we listened to your questions about the VRT funding and asked VRT to put together this information. We've done a little review on it, and we haven't, Public Works hasn't been engaged in this point of looking at allocations, but we'd like to moving forward. And we saw in their memo that they've got a new way of doing it in the future. We sure would like to be involved in that. So I just wanted to mention that and invite VRT to come up and explain how they came up with their allocations.
Thank you, Tom. Tom and I visited today, and and Stephen, you can go ahead and make your way if you're the one presenting, but we had a really good discussion today, and I appreciate Tom and Jeff and their involvement, and they've had some good discussions with Kelly, and they'll be involved as we move forward. I appreciate that greatly. Stephen, thank you for waiting, and thank you to the team. I apologize, it's been such a long wait.
Mayor, I'll apologize also because I'm the one that put it on the agenda, so you can just point fingers at me. You may have to later anyway, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Glad to be here to talk about funding that the City of Nampa provides to Valley Regional Transit for our services. My name is Stephen Hunt, and I'm the principal planner at Valley Regional Transit. And it's my understanding that you all received a memo, or included in your packet today was a memo that we provided about how the costs of inter-county services are distributed among our funding partners. And I just wanted to begin also by thanking you for the opportunity to provide a little bit more clarity and transparency about how we do share those costs. and we're in full support of the city being open and a responsible steward of the public's trust and resources. We also understand that transportation needs are specific to each jurisdiction, and that the transportation needs in Nampa are unique. Census data tells us that there are about 8,300 people who are traveling from central Nampa to a job that's 10 miles or more away in Ada County. And so that's activity that's happening every single day. If we assume that people are driving to and from those jobs, that's about $97,000 a day that are spent by central Nampa residents trying to get to and from their employment. Which relates to the inter-county services that we are talking about. Those, we provide 16 trips between Nampa and Ada County a day. That's about 500 seats in the peak direction. We recognize that that's nowhere near the capacity that would be required to make an appreciable impact on the travel demand between Ada County and Canyon County. But that's where we're at right now, and we have plans to grow those services with Valley Connect 2.0, which would allow more people to travel between Ada County and Canyon County and make it easier for people to travel and lower the costs of transportation for the residents of the Treasure Valley. The other thing that was included in the packet was a description about how we are revisiting the cost allocation model for local contributions to our services. That update will provide us an opportunity to be more responsive to local requests and local needs. The allocation would begin by looking at what the performance of service is, what the long-range plans for transportation show, and then look at local needs and priorities. And then from those needs, identify what the local share is for those costs, and then break them up according to local jurisdictional budgets. Finally, the only other thing that I wanted to share to provide some context to the memo is that VRT is committed to improving the efficiency of our existing services. We are excited to work with our funding partners to find ways to lower the cost of providing service to the jurisdictions that we serve, and we are working on improving the visibility of existing services, including marketing the inter-county connections. One thing that we have been working with ITD on, and ACHD is providing, doing a promotion of our services, especially during the I-84 construction, to try and ease the congestion that comes from that construction, as well as just the increased demand between Ada and Canyon County. So we appreciate the support that we've received from the city in the past and are looking to improve that by, again, revisiting the allocation model, ensuring that the resources that we receive from each jurisdiction are spent on local priorities, and that those costs are shared equitably. So thank you for the opportunity tonight, and I stand for any questions.
Darrell, you probably do. I'd like to make a quick comment as we start. I think the one thing, and I've appreciated your questions that have come forth, and I think the one thing that I've learned through the process is, and that we talked briefly about, is the methodology that we use to come to this. And that if I understand correctly, we're committed this coming year to review that methodology because it hasn't been updated for some time. Is that correct? And that this next year, we're going to review that. We're going to look at the point of service. We're going to look at local ridership and incorporate that. And actually, would I be correct to say that we're going to identify a new method by which we're going to look at our allocation and our cost distribution? Is that correct?
Mayor and members of the council, yes. Beginning with so in April of 2018, we adopted Valley Connect 2.0, and as we were finalizing those plans, we realized that we needed to update how we do our cost allocation. And so we've been working with our board since then to develop a new method for sharing those costs, because what we realize is that there are a variety of different costs that need to be shared equitably among our partners, both for capital and for service. And we want to make sure, again, that those costs are being driven as well by local priorities. And so what we're proposing with this cost allocation model is an effort to improve the planning and the relationship between VRT and local jurisdictions about when and how they develop their budgets, what those budgets would go, what those resources would fund in terms of additional service or capital projects, to make sure that we're serving the public.
And we appreciate that. There are a couple things so I think that's important, especially tonight as we look at this. The other thing that I recognize as I visited with Tom Points and Jeff Barnes, and this is for council really, that we've got to engage them. They are a great resource to us. And I think that we need to be looking at our ridership and the service that we're providing and ensure that the service is actually meeting the needs of our citizens. And we really haven't done that locally. And for me, I wish I had it done last year, but I didn't. Bandwidth wasn't there. I think that this is the year that we need to come through and really look at our ridership. There have been a couple of public hearings. We have one coming up. We had one a little bit ago, or several weeks ago, looking at change in routes. And it's so interesting to see during that there was a public hearing that no one showed up to. There was an open house ahead of that a few showed up to. And it is not easy getting citizen feedback. And that's something that we're going to really have to work on so that we can assess how to best meet the needs. So I would just like to say, and Darrell, I know you probably do have questions. I am going to make a recommendation that we stay with where we are committed, because I understand what the impact would be to staff if all of a sudden we pulled funding this year. I think that we need that commitment that this next year we're going to look at the allocations, we're going to do some work on our side to actually see what the needs of our citizens are and to ensure we're meeting those needs. And but I've appreciated the scrutiny, Darrell, or Councilman Brunner. Yeah.
I don't need to be a foreign one.
Well, it's caused me to really look at it. So anyway, so those are my comments, and then we'll head into your comments.
Let me just, President of the council, it's okay then if I go?
Well, please do. I was going to add the mayor's comments that there may not be that much of a need and there may not be much of a demand from what I see. But go ahead. I've had a couple of citizens come visit me in my work, and very fine citizens, and they said, "You just hate public transit." I said, "No, I don't." And I said, I want Nampa to be taken care of. Tonight, I'm going to speak just directly to the inter-county and have some questions, and I'm seeing some discrepancies, but maybe it's just how I'm looking at things. Number two, I want to just compliment you on the automatic passenger counters. I think anyone who has heard my little rampages, or whatever you want to call them, has been mainly because I have requested for 3 years that we have some stats and some data, and for whatever reason, that was not brought forth. But at least there's something happening now, so better, whatever the saying is, better late than never. Just a couple things. We were I was sent this by email, very fine print and I just need some clarification here for inter-county, Canyon inter-county, and our portion of that was $154,958. What I'm seeing on what we were in our packet here is for the routes 40, 42, and 43, our portion is $122,000. So I'm wondering where that $33,000 difference. So whether you can answer that tonight for me, maybe that's just something we can do at a later time. But I'm wondering what the difference is. With Meridian, it's exactly the same on both sheets, but it's the $33,000 discrepancy between these two sheets.
Can you tell us where your other sheet came from? Where did that?
This was emailed to us by Transit after the meeting.
That was the first. I'm sorry, I didn't remember that.
I mean, if they need a copy of this, I'm happy to give them a copy. It gives a breakdown of all the expenses for the different cities and Melba, Greenleaf, and the whole bit. I'm just wondering where that is. The other thing is, what I'm not quite understanding on this sheet was in our packet. It says there's 7,400 boardings in the morning. That's 5:30 a.m. to 11:59 a.m. Intercounty on routes 40, 42, and 43. Those are estimated annual boardings. Okay? I'm sorry I didn't specify annual. what I'm wondering is, then I'm taking it that's on routes, and then it's only 2,800 returns between noon and 8:05 p.m. So I take it that that difference there is people are getting on, but they're not going to Meridian, Boise, or whatever. Other than that, or they're getting a lot of rides going one way, coming back.
Mayor and Councilmember Brunner, what you're looking at are boardings.
Right.
And not alightings. And so what you end up seeing is you got 8,400 people who are getting on in the AM. And if you look at the boardings in Boise, there aren't that many in the AM. There are a lot in the PM. And so those 8,400 boardings
I'm looking at
7,400 boardings in Nampa, those 7,400 boardings in Nampa in the AM are getting on in Boise. They're part of that 19,800 in Boise in the PM. Because what this data, we can show you alightings, but just to keep it
People are coming our direction from Boise?
in the, the same ones that went towards Boise in the morning are getting on in Boise and coming back in the afternoon.
Okay, I'm probably being somewhat dense at this 10:05 in the evening, so I'm not understanding. So 7,400 are leaving Nampa or getting on sometime in the Nampa routes from 5:30 a.m. to noon.
Correct.
Is that correct or not correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, and then I'm reading in the PM, and that's from noon to 8 p.m. There's 2,800 boardings. Those are not those are not Nampa boardings.
They are Nampa boardings, but
They're
only-
Nampa boardings
they're
is
only
the point.
boardings. You wouldn't
Okay,
see.
so they're just going at during those times, but so what we're figuring here in an annual period of time, there should be about 7,400 then coming back. That's just not being shown
They're
here.
part of the 19,800
Okay.
coming out of Boise.
Correct.
Okay,
That's where that number is.
Correct.
good. So I just was not deciphering that correctly. Okay, so then if the other thing I read on this sheet here is that people are actually at your account here for about 3 months, that you're estimating accessing intercounty services from stops in Nampa to be between 100 and 200 individuals. So am I reading that right, where they're leaving this county and going to Ada County?
Correct.
So we're estimating either 100 to 200.
Correct.
Okay. And determining on that cost, if the 155,000 allotment or the 122,000, if it's 155,000, that count, which I'm reading at, if it's 100, that's $1,550 per person.
Well, that would be correct.
Okay, if it's 200 people, it's of course half that.
Correct.
$775 per person. Okay, if it's the 122,000, where the discrepancy, it's $610 per person for 200, or $1,220 per person
Correct.
for 100. And that's just your estimation. So that's what we're subsidizing.
That's the amount that the city of Nampa pays divided by individuals who would be getting on in Nampa, which, if I may, is one way to look at it. The other way to look at it is you're not paying for an individual. What you're paying for is a trip. And so just the same way that you're talking about a car, you're making that, you incur costs every time you travel, not just when you buy the car. And so what we're showing in table 4 are the costs, comparable costs by different modes. And so you can see in the first line of what it would take to drive 16 miles by your car, that would cost about $8.70 out of pocket. Well, that's out of pocket costs.
Right.
When we look at the transit, if we're talking about the number of boardings that are going on in Nampa, that would be $16.52 if we're including the total cost. Nampa pays half of the operating costs. We're able to leverage federal dollars for the other half, which means Nampa's contribution was about $8.25 per boarding, which would be, I guess, the comparable way of comparing costs across the different modes. But to your point, there's nothing wrong with your math.
Yeah, there usually is, but thank you for complimenting me on that. And then the only other thing is I'm taking this $7,400 boarding figure estimated annually. So, and I'm looking at that. I'm not counting the weekends. Okay, in this case, I took, 52 weeks and 2 days off, so 104 days off. So my figures with those 7,400, that's 28 riders per day.
Well, that's only,
Boardings per day.
that's only half of, right,
That's going one way.
going one way. So that would be those same people who are coming back in the afternoon. So if you're looking only at boardings, you're gonna miss the return trip that are
No,
benefiting.
I'm talking about we're affecting, though, approximately 28 different riders per day. If they go one way, they're coming back, and they're coming back the other way.
And we can provide you the weekday numbers, and it's about 40, as I recall.
And bottom line, so what, the main purpose of transit between municipalities on a freeway is to cut back on traffic, I would think. At least that's what my hope would be. My other hope is that we're keeping as many people that live in Nampa working in Nampa. So I'm just looking at the return on investment right now is, any common sense business person, I'm not seeing where we're getting our money's worth on this. Whether it's 122,000 or whether it's 155,000 for this inter-county transportation. Like I said, I'm repeating myself, but for the Nampa, boy, anything we're doing inside Nampa, taking care of people, getting them to health and different places to CWI, et cetera, I'm all for it. I'm concerned about this inter-county, and I feel like we're paying too much for what we're getting right now.
Mr. Mayor and Councilmember Bruner, one of the reasons that I started with the size of the transportation market is to highlight the point that you just made, which is the amount of service that we provide on transit between the two counties is insufficient to make a substantial impact on the travel demand between Ada and Canyon County. That's not to say that there's no demand for transit between Ada and Canyon County. The reality is there's not enough transit service between the two counties to attract people to use it.
16 trips per day, is that what I heard?
That's correct.
Okay, and how many trips are during heavy traffic times?
There are 8 trips on the Route 40, which are in the peak hour, and probably another 3 to 4 on the Route 42.
And so you're saying by having more times,
Absolutely.
this is how people are going to all of a sudden start riding transit
As we
between counties. At least that's what your hope is, and that's what your projection is.
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bruner, what we're talking about is how can we lower the cost of transportation for the residents of the Treasure Valley? And when we talk about expenses, if we look just at those 8,300 people who are traveling between Ada County and Canyon County just to get to work, that's $97,000 every single day that they spend on their own transportation.
I wish we would fill them up, and I wish we had 50, but my point is, that's not happening.
It's not happening because the level of service that we have between the two counties is insignificant. It's not enough. You're asking somebody who's used to being able to jump in their car and get downtown to wait half an hour or wait an hour to make that trip. What we tried to show when we developed Valley Connect 2.0 is what transit provides is freedom when service is available. The reality is there is not enough service in Canyon County or in Nampa to make that attractive for very many people. And another way to look at it, when we compare the amount of service that is invested in per population in Nampa and to other agencies or other jurisdictions, if you take that either $122,000 or $154,000 divided by the population of Nampa, you're talking, just in the inter-county, you're talking about $1 per person. Other jurisdictions, in terms of what they spend, so jurisdictions such as Spokane or Reno spend between $90 and $100 per person on transit operations. And their productivity is much higher. And the reason for that is because they have opportunities to travel on the weekend. They have opportunities to travel later at night. They can make the connections that people ask for. The comment that the mayor made about having poor attendance at the hearings, I would also say, is a reality of the limited options that people have to, a couple things. One, not many people come to public hearings, period. And secondarily, the people who are using our services do have a hard time making it to public hearings because they're usually on their way home or elsewhere. We try and make them available. But that's not to say there isn't increasing interest from the public for public transportation. And we hear about that a lot from our current riders in terms of why can't we have more service later at night? Why can't we have more service that runs on the weekend? And we heard about it when we developed Valley Connect 2.0 about how can we get more connections to Nampa. And the majority of those comments were not from people within Nampa. Those were comments from people trying to get here. So if you're talking about how do you make Nampa a more accessible and a more vibrant location, it's about connecting it to your regional destinations. And that's what we're interested in doing and excited about doing with all of our regional partners. And
Let me just make one final point, then I will be quiet. So what I'm still not understanding, we have a route going from Nampa to Boise, probably sometime around 7 a.m.,
correct.
right?
Yes.
What's the capacity of the bus at that time?
There's 33 seats on that vehicle.
And so how many seats are you filling at that time?
So I'd have to look at what the load is, the average load is on those trips. It varies.
Well, I'm saying an average of 28, that was for a full year period of time. And that was for all the routes. I'm not understanding if there's a demand, why at that peak time, when people are at their regular office times, why that bus is not totally full and people waiting to get on. Tell me.
So one reason why is because it still takes, because you only have 4 trips a day to try and make that trip.
I'm just talking about that one trip.
Well, correct, but that means the number of people who can use that trip is relatively small because they have to fit within that 5 or 10 minute window of when that trip shows up.
You are presenting so well, and I appreciate that. I'm not buying it.
Thank you.
So,
Just
Councilman Hogaboam?
Mayor, Council, I understand my fellow councilman's frustration. I think the my math, 28 outgoing riders a day. If you divide 122,000 by 365 days, our investment's about $335 a day. I think we collect about $1 from each ride, and those 28 on average. Now, I realize the capacity is more with the costs staying the same on our end. So the challenge is I kind of encourage you to look at rate increase because you had increased rates, but I could live with no rates if the ridership quadrupled because that means traffic mitigation would actually be quantifiable on a level that would be beneficial. So I'm just trying to, it's just a hard pill to swallow if you're saying more investment means more riders on a scale that exceeds the per ride. If I'm hearing Councilman Bruner right, if at peak hours you have certain amount of riders and you're saying we need to improve the quality, the level of service, I'm sure the net total riders would go up, but per ride relative to the investment we would be asked to make just doesn't pan out for our community. Am I wrong in thinking that as far as just the behavior? You have a sample size that's sufficient to establish some sort of expectation from our riders.
Mayor and Councilmember Hogaboam, the question I believe is, you're talking about productivity. So how much return do you get out of your investment that you're putting in? And we do expect that would go up as you increase service because it becomes more attractive to more people. And in fact, when those same systems that I talk about where they invest 4 to 5 times what we do as a region in transit have productivity that's twice as much as ours. In other words, the number of boardings per hour is much higher. And it's much higher in part because you are attractive to a much broader cross-section of society. And we measure that in terms of how far and how many places can you get within a certain amount of time on transit. Because we come back to this idea of all transit is it's the freedom to move. And we can measure that. And the freedom to move right now with our existing levels of service is relatively poor. And so you're not going to attract a lot of riders until that goes up. And the only thing that drives that mobility is the amount of service that's out there. And so that's why when we talk about what is it that transit can do, a lot of it starts from the idea of how much service is available to people.
No, I hear you. So the time proposition means more than the $1.25 it costs. If the $1.25 means I have to give up 2 hours of my time, that time proposition, just, is that what you're kind of speaking to as far as
Yeah,
greater
sure.
frequency?
Yes, and your freedom to be able to travel when you want to travel, where you want to travel. And that's driven by the size of your network and the frequency of service.
That's
I
it for
think-
now. I know it's late, but I just wanted to.
It is. So I think there's two things, and just a quick comment. We are a very rural environment. We are more rural here in Nampa than we are in Boise, and I think what you're saying, and I understand the statistics, we're not where Boise is today. And so that's a challenge I think that we face. Someday we may be there, but right now we are a very car-centric environment here because we're rural and we're right on the edge of ag. And so it makes it a little different, I think, here, which as we transition into where we really need more of the services. The difficulty is we have a few that really need it. I think as a city, what I would like to suggest is that I think we need to look at how do you provide more cost-effective service for the few that desperately rely on it? Because we have some citizens that desperately rely on it, but we're looking at a model that doesn't financially make sense.
Maybe a van rather than a 33-person bus. I mean,
Right.
I totally be quiet, I'm sorry.
No,
But the charter would cost the
so the issue tonight, well, I'll pause. Councilman Haverfield.
Just a quick question. There's a reference in, for table 1 of a 50% match by FTA. Who is FTA?
Federal Transit Administration, in other words, federal dollars.
So, okay, so it's the federal government then?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
So I have a question. When this was put on the agenda for this evening, and I think this would be for Councilman Brunner. So what was the action that you were looking for with this on the agenda?
I was looking not to pay this inter-county expense. In other words, I think we need to find another path, and I'm just not willing to put out the money. And I think there's another way of taking care of these few citizens, but this is not the way. As far as intra-Nampa, I'm all for it.
Okay.
I think it's just not a good ROI in this kind of expenditure for that fuel situation and that fuel riders.
So I think that
So my action would be that we would not budget for this, would be what my action said.
the challenge that we would face as a city, and I'm torn because I understand what you're saying, but we have an agency that has already budgeted based on this. And so to remove the funding at this point would be pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if somebody wants to make a motion for a compromise figure, I'm just not willing to put out that 122, 155,000. I will not be voting for it.
I can respect if you're a no vote on the eventual budget. I initially made the proposal to adjust the number from what was already asked, and I feel comfortable sticking with that. And that will be an ongoing, as long as I'm on council, I'll have a tough time approving any increase that exceeds 2 or 3%, just because we're working with Gen Gov dollars, and we're trying to keep our budget capacity is 3%, and that lift on the budgetary total, regardless of what growth is. And there's no desire I have to exceed 3%. So if there's a precedent of having to approve increases that are 5, 6, 7, 8%, basically a bill handed, I don't mean that disrespectfully. It just, those are Gen Gov dollars that limit our capacity to spread to other needs. And I know you hear this everywhere you go, but as long as I'm on council, I'm probably going to cap the increase to 2-3%. And it doesn't mean just automatically give it every year. So it's without scrutiny. Obviously, we probably scrutinize you quite a bit. So it's not a guarantee to just increase 3% every year, 2 to 3%. But I just will have a tough time approving a budget where it's in excess of 3%. So I think your operating budget increases have to be proportionate to our budget capacity to increase from year to year.
Mayor, I'm not going to speak to this, but just an overall budget. We were concerned about when we took the 2%, correct? That mid-year, we're delaying some police and so on as far as salaries, but entering into next year, we're going to have a deficit as far as we're going to have to account for $200 and some thousand. So I guess my final point then is this is the way of helping us out so we don't have quite that much of a deficit going into 2020.
Well, Actually, the 2020 budget can be decided on its own because it isn't an automatic carryover. So I think there is a big concern if we pulled it right now, what on earth do we do?
No, I
That's
understand.
pretty big.
I'm just,
But it's
Yeah.
really up to the will of the council,
Yeah.
obviously. You guys hear me speak up a lot, and I've already spoken up. So at this point, it's up to the council if there's a motion that we move forward, and,
Madam Mayor,
yep.
fellow council members, I really appreciate your digging into this, Councilman Bruner, very much, and Councilman Hogaboam, I really appreciate your comments. If it's for the 40 people who are really in need, that's not the duty of city government. We have greater needs than getting people to work in Boise with subsidies this high. It'd be more responsible to use the funds elsewhere. I want to stay with the budget as we've set already. But I just appreciate your comments very much.
So with,
I'm making no motion.
right, that's what I'm hearing. So I'm not sure as mayor where we need to go from this point. So what is the will of the council?
There's no motion on the floor.
There is no motion, it's just discussion. And so are we going to end with just discussion tonight?
no, I mean, I'll make the motion that that as far as, and I'll make the motion that we, $100,000 is cut from the, whatever the amount is, 122, 155,000, whatever that fall, that we only okay 100,000 of that.
I didn't understand the motion.
I didn't either.
You didn't understand it? So there's a discrepancy as far as what our amount for intercounty transit is. I have one sheet that says 155,000, another sheet that says 122,000. Okay, so I'm making more or less a compromise of saying I will okay up to 100,000, not over that, as far as for VRT transit between counties.
I don't know what that would mean for the cut amount.
Well, that would just be a cut of either 55 or not that much really, but 55 or 22,000 from the budget we approved.
If, I don't know if I'm allowed to refer to what Doug sent out, but the number for inter-county was 122,221 as part of the total 383,385.
Right, and
that we
I'm just
approved in
saying,
our budget workshop.
I'm just saying there's a discrepancy. This one says 155,000 for intercounty.
I guess I'm disregarding that and going off the
Okay.
number that the total number was 383.
I do have the original documentation with the 122, if that would help.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
I can understand why that's confusing.
Motion died.
I think the motion died.
Okay. So at that, the motion died. Okay, so we did not have a second.
No
Thank
action,
you.
just discussion.
I think that was.
And
the
thanks
case.
so much, I really do. You present very, very well. I know you're working for an organization, but you represent them well.
Thank you very much, and we do appreciate the opportunity to be here and are sincere about our efforts. Our desire is to be responsive to local jurisdictional needs, and appreciate acknowledging the implementation of APCs and the other things that we've been trying to do in the last several years to respond to concerns of this council.
Thank you.
Good
Yeah.
job. Thank you.
And we want more writers, and we want you to be successful and get more writers. Believe me, I think.
Fill those buses
Yeah,
by
yeah,
all
yeah.
means.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you for staying so late. So we're going to go back to item 4.2 on the agenda. This is staff report, Tom Points.
Mayor, Council, you had a couple things on the staff report. We'd also like to touch on where we're at with our Flamingo waterline break briefly, if you don't mind, Mayor. We got a couple of pictures, but the first item on the list is about the bike and pedestrian plan. We had a lot of comments. We had 500 comments on our online application about suggestions about bike and ped. We also had a lot of people show up to the open house. It's 70 people, and they were very engaged in this and interested. So that was encouraging. Our next steps is to summarize the comments, and I think we were talking with Mayor today about a workshop on this on October 7th, right before the council meeting. So we'll have some more information then. Next item, yeah, we'll go to the Flamingo water line break. So Over Flamingo, over by Cassia, we have an Elijah Drain crossing there. So on Friday night, about 7 o'clock, we got word that a 12-inch water main had broken underneath the roadway. It flowed downhill and all went into the Elijah Drain. There was no property damage, but there was road damage. The crews had it repaired back the next day, and they have gravel patch over the top of that. The road is still closed because it was somewhat similar to Garrity, that the water got underneath the pavement, floated it up, and then when the water dissipated, it all went back down and it was wavy. So it wasn't safe to drive on it. Local access is still going through there. Daniel's got a patch contractor that we hired to come patch the pavement, so he's getting that contractor out there tomorrow. And then hope to have it back open by the end of the week. And so our initial cost, we don't have final costs yet, but pavement would be around a little under 50,000 is what.
Thank you. That's exactly what I was going to ask.
Yep.
So, thank you.
Any questions? We are looking at, one other thing, we are looking at this particular segment of road for some maintenance work in the next cycle, because we'll be coming around. This will be our asset management zone. We've had more than one problem in this stretch of road. The cause of this break, according to water, was it's a PVC pipe that was sitting on a rock, so it wasn't bedded right. And when that happened, and it basically split the bottom of the pipe completely open, that whole 20-foot section. So we have some concerns about the workmanship.
How old did you say this was? This particular?
It should last longer.
Because that's what we thought the last one was, the last big one under Garrity was, a similar. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and then Daniel, we always do our dashboard report, so I'm gonna have Daniel do this part. He had two goals, a financial goal and then also a performance goal on projects delivered, so I'll let him talk to you about that.
Mayor, Council, for our fourth quarter, the fiscal year is not complete, but we're getting close to the end of the fourth quarter. As just a reminder, 25 major projects, $19 million in value. For this fiscal year, the goal for project delivery is 100%. This year, we've had difficulty with staffing and are down to staff engineers, and so our production has been a little less than it has been in the past year. In addition, we had a project that we bid out, and as we were executing contracts with the contractor came back and said, "I'm going out of business." Unfortunately, he was the only bidder on the project, so we did not have a second bidder to go back to. So that project is delayed, and that's part of what we're looking at there for the percent complete at 81 currently. Last year's numbers, we were at 100% designed, 100% awarded, and 95 constructed at the end of the year. We'll have a few more percentage points as this month finishes out, but we will not be at that full 100% construction this year due to those issues, as we're currently working on those staff additions and should be back up to the delivery rate this coming year. The other metric we look at is the project savings. The goal for this year was a project savings of $400,000. With our in-house staff savings, by having not been able to unfortunately hire those staff engineers this year, the total project savings with that staffing savings is just under $600,000. So we were able to meet our project savings with the in-house design we were able to do, and then that project or that salary savings that will roll back into the general fund. And so there's the team, and any questions?
Good job. Thank you. So is that in on staff report? I have a question. This is kind of odd, but we have a couple people here that I think both are interested in possibly storage units, but are you just here listening? Because it's a late night. Was there something specifically you were waiting for? Nope, you're just here? Good for you. Thank you. I'm just amazed. Thank you.
We're not
Yeah.
used to this at 10:30.
Just thought I would ask because it's really late and we appreciate your involvement and listening and your participation. So thank you.
Now you can't leave after that compliment. I don't know.
Well, actually, if you want to go home, you can because it is late. So 5.2 on the agenda is an action item, and this is the approval by council to apply for the Idaho Local 2019 Edward, is it Byrne? Memorial Justice Assistant Grant, the JAG grant. And so who's speaking to that tonight? Or
So moved.
No, yeah. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner? Yes. Hogaboom?
Yes.
Levi? Skog?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
5.3 on the agenda is an action item to award the bid and authorize the mayor to sign the contract with HCD for the Unicles Public Safety Building Large Evidence Storage Project.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Skog?
Yes.
Hogaboom?
Yes.
5.4 on the agenda is actually to adopt the resolution implementing changes for the service rates and fees outlined in the equivalent dwelling unit and strength class guide for wastewater and water user classifications effective September 3. Thank you, Daniel.
Mayor, council, these affect the charges to two different customer classes for commercial. A non-industrial brewery similar to Pre-Funk or 2C Brewing. The current rate structure or table to defining waste strengths and usage does not have a brewery on it. Working with the wastewater pretreatment guys, they have identified, based on industry standards, what the biological oxygen demand or BOD levels of waste from those type of facilities are. They fall into our SE6 category. So that is one addition to the usage table and strength guide. The other is for restaurants. Currently, what we charge for restaurant, or how we assess restaurants, they are an SE4 category, which determines their waste strength. We are not changing that. That is in the appropriate area. We did a study. One of our EITs, Nicole Fletcher, was tasked with doing a study for identifying what the usage rate for water consumption was on the restaurants that are existing within the city. She went out and did seat counts at all the restaurants, pulled the water meter data from utility billing for those, and did a comparison. Looking at those, there are lots of different types of restaurants. There are those that are standalone that have their own meter, and then there are those that are in strip malls that share a meter with other usage. Those are more difficult to estimate, and so looking at our recommendation, we looked at just the standalone units. Those came out at a 20 gallons per day per seat average consumption, and that's what we've recommended to the Board of Appraisers, who have then recommended to this body to adopt. So looking at that, on a restaurant, under the existing fees, a 50-seat restaurant that would come in, their water and sewer fees would be $26,943.24 that they would pay at the time of their building permit. With this adjustment at a 20 gallons per day per seat number, that number would drop down to $18,026.22. So we're not changing the fees, we're changing how we calculate their usage. And so that's why we don't have a public hearing here, and it is actually a reduction for restaurant usages in the city of Nampa. Would stand for any questions.
And Mayor, I'll just make a motion so that we adopt the resolution as stated in our packet, implementing changes to service rates and fees as outlined.
Second.
Okay?
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Thank you, Daniel. Action 5.5 on the agenda is an action item. It's to authorize Fleet Services Division to proceed with a letter of intent for piggybacking a purchase with Etner Oil Distributor truck on October 1, 2019. This is approved in the FY20 budget. We're just wanting to proceed with the process.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
5.6 on the agenda is an action item to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign the local professional services agreement with HDR Engineering for Smith Avenue and Middleton Road Signal Project.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
Item 5.7 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the sub-recipient agreement amendment with Valley Regional Transit. This is to authorize engineering to proceed with a formal bid process for Iowa Avenue pedestrian activated crosswalk and Midland Boulevard and Blaine Avenue Hawk pedestrian signal project.
So move.
Second.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Skog,
No.
Hogaboom,
Wait.
Hogaboom,
Oh, sorry. Yes. I'm sorry.
Brunner.
Yes.
He woke us all up.
I was thinking
No, we're
of,
awake.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
thinking, I heard a no vote. I was like, what did I miss? I'm sorry. What is-
Those federal funds tied, right?
Yes, yeah, sorry.
Okay, item 5.8 on the agenda is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor to sign the MOU with the National Main Street Center for the administration of the Kevin and Mary Daniel Fund.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Hogaboom,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
And item 5.9 is an action item. This is a resolution declaring surplus property for the fire department and authorizing the fire staff to dispose as requested.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Hogaboom.
Yes.
And the next item on the agenda is unfinished business. Item 7.1 on the agenda is an action item. This is a request to pass under suspension of rules, and it's the first reading of ordinance for the zoning map amendment from limited multifamily residential to light industrial for 2.38 acres, located at 1504 Garrity Boulevard for Dean Lonnie R. Monson. There we go.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho to provide IL zone designations for certain lands commonly known as 1504 Garrity Boulevard, Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, comprising approximately 2.3 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interest of the citizens and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of Nampa, Idaho, rezoning said property from RML to IL, providing for a recording, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as IL on the official zoning maps of the area, of other area maps of the city, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the previously read ordinance is this under suspension of rules? Yes.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Skog,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Hogaboom.
Yes.
Item 7.2 on the agenda is an action item, and it's requested to pass under suspension of rules. This is the first reading of ordinance for zoning map amendment from community business to light industrial for 2.92 acres, which is a portion of Lot 19 of Midway subdivision at 2806 Landon Lane for Thiel and Thiel LLC.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho to provide IL zone designation for certain lands commonly known as 2806 Landon Lane, Nampa, Idaho, comprising approximately of 2.95 acres, more or less, determining that said zoning is in the best interests of the citizens and consistent with the comprehensive plan of the City of Nampa, Idaho, rezoning said property from BC to IL, providing for a recording, instructing the city engineer to designate said property as IL on the official zoning map and all other area maps of the city, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, rules, and regulations and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Make a motion to pass the ordinances read under suspension of rules.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Kokavim?
Yes.
Skag?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Section 8 of the agenda are pending ordinances that are postponed due to lack of supporting documentation. Item number 9 on the agenda is an executive session, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn into executive session pursuant to Idaho Code 742061J to consider labor contract matters authorized under Section 672345A, 742006A, 1A, and B, Idaho Code.
So moved.
Second.
It's moved,
She wasn't even looking. So.
it's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Kokavim?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Skag?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
If I voted no,
And
we
to
could-
those that are still here, you'll probably be gone when we come back. And just as a point of note, there are no decisions made in executive session.